Good afternoon, how are we all doing? It is Sunday afternoon, it's SOP and we've got a party. That's right, sponsored by Circuit Core. We are bringing you a DLC shindig. We will be using the problem child, aka the 296 driver swaps. Hurrah! We will be using the brand new track as well, the Circuit Ricardo Tormo at Valencia. 2.5 miles pretty much bang on, 1999. It was thrown together not but 2 weeks ago. It was added to ACC, so SOP. We're going to have ourselves a little 4-hour endurance race with a slight difference. All restrictions have been removed. So there's no stint timers, there's no maximum or minimum driver timer either. It's a complete carte blanche affair for the drivers over the 4 hours. The only requirement is that 2 drivers take part. There's not even a stipulation on how long the second driver has to take part for. We'll see how that goes. I'm sure Pitwall Live will be an interesting place today. Speaking of which, now that we're in, let me in fact jump on to the correct server. Hopefully the bots are working. If you type exclamation mark Pitwall, you should get the link to the server. Doesn't seem to be connected at the moment, but we will get that up and running shortly. As you can see, there is no shortage of the new cars. Team Shazoo out in the Ferrari. We do have a Mercedes, and despite a conversation I was having with a very good friend earlier, look, it's an endurance race with a Bentley in it. Remember, that's all you used to see? Well, there we go. One Bentley making the return since the nerfing of the petrol tank. The Bentley's popularity dropped like a joke I can't crack at this time on a Sunday. We've got, as I say, the Mercedes as well. A few drivers in the Lamborghini. Mr. SOP himself, El Simon Bagas, will be sharing the car with Leon Seeley. No pressure, Simon. He'll be taking part himself in the Lambo. So many Ferraris. Don't you just hate those commentators who use the chase cam on sim racing games? It just looks so realistic. But listen to that noise. Let's just appreciate that for the rest of the broadcast. No, I'm looking. Good to see so many Ferraris in. Of course, the Porsche making an appearance as well. The Porsche will be making an appearance as well. That does sound pretty spectacular. It really is a high-pitched. Kind of sounds more like a motorbike, if we're being 100% honest. Well, that is the Porsche. Where did we see the Lambo? Well, there's Marco Ken, he's in the FRL, he's in the Porsche as well. There's Seeley now. That sounds like a race car. Let's be serious. It looks not bad on the inside as well. That is the new Lambo. Not many of the new Lambos making an appearance. I did think there'd be more. The Porsches and the Ferraris definitely the more popular out of the new cars, it would appear. Although Simon Bagas, fairly shrewd tactician, him and the other SOP drivers are in the Lambo. Matthias Ladke for Team Shazoo. It's a Ferrari 1-2 and it's a Team Shazoo. Oh no, Team Shumi Skin, sorry, Zach Duran. It's been a while since he's changed team. I should have known that, but yes. The livery is usually represented on awesome livery, so I'm not sure why they're not. Good to see the return of the rookie monsters. They're in a Porsche. Would you believe the rookie monsters are in a Porsche? Never thought I would see the day. We'll have to note down the date and time of that one. It is indeed a rare occasion. Crackers. You know, I'm laughing before I've even read this. Here we go. Ahoy hoy, Raven. I hope they've kept the photographers out of the pit lane here. Aha! On point, Mr. Crackers. I did miss the race due to a conflict of schedule. I got the time wrong. So, yeah, I missed it, but I was kept up to date. But we're just talking about the likelihood of public hangings. Just because, let's face it, that is a major faux pas safety-wise. Someone has, am I allowed to say screwed the pooch? I'm not sure, I'll check with Simon. But yeah, someone's made a mess of things. And they're definitely going to get themselves a very public slap on the wrists to assure the public that it will never happen again. It shouldn't happen in the first place though. But yeah, hopefully we do keep the photographers out. Although we're saying that, I mean, what happened today? Do you remember the old school rallying? I'm pretty sure that's where Mexican Waves started, if you have a look at it. Like, Mexican Waves, I'm sure, started from old school Scandinavian rally crossing, when there was photographers literally curved around the corner, drivers coming round with little to no control of the car going sideways at 80 miles an hour on loose surface. And yeah, photographers trying to be the most daring and jump out the way. Fun times. Hey, Traction Dave, WTF, it's a racing team. Never tell you what, it's almost as good as the name RTS. Just saying, he's got certain almost traction. Dave certainly finding some traction around the track. Hey, 131.1, almost the same time as Flat Out Sim Racing's Mattia Nachira. We'll jump aboard. I've seen the scary videos of those crazy rally fight. Crazy is not even the word. Let's see where we are on the track. We're coming into the infield section. Of course, the only variation of this track that uses these corners, the national and the school circuit. This is the section, oh, in fact, sorry, this section used by the school circuit. This is half the school circuit, in fact. It's the national circuit that doesn't use this. It goes a much shorter route, losing about half a mile. As you can see, downhill, phenomenal undulation, and a spectacular course when you're given the architecture of it. Architecture, that's right. It's a higher class of conversation we get here at SOP. The architecture, the way it is, you can see all the track from every grandstand. So it is a circuit in a stadium, much like Mexico, that I've got the corners right through that grandstand. As you can see from on board, the drivers, it's almost akin to golf, if we're being realistic. They've got the grandstands towering above the field of play. That was easy for me to say. But again, through on his way out of the infield section, you can see more of the stands. And we'll go on board. We'll stay on board with him for a lap. He is the pole sitter at the moment, 6/10 ahead of Dave, Nakira and Duran. Those three all 6/10, so those three all set in 1 minute 31.1s. There's only 700ths of a second separating second, third and fourth. So yeah, it just goes to show you how quick lad he is. Scientist Monkey, what do you think the pole time will be? I genuinely have zero idea. I've got zero frame of reference. Oh. Let's just take a moment to give that save a round of applause. Incredible stuff. Yeah, let's hope all his fingers are intact after that one. Here he comes across the start-finish line. Very interesting turn one. Could be described as forgiving. It certainly represents itself much like the entry to Suzuka, almost like the final two corners at Imola, just elongated ever so slightly. And then a little left down through some snaking S's. Again, you can see the grandstands in the background. As I was saying, that it is a phenomenal spectator venue. At the moment, 1 minute 30.5 is the pole time. Christopher Streppen is going quicker. Zach Duran's gone quicker, in fact. He separated himself from the track limits there. He's also separated himself by 0.2 of a second. While, in fact, Dolgo Payatalov murdered that name. I did practice it as well. It's always the ones you practice you make the biggest mess of. He has done a 131.1. And in fact, Ilko Busink not far off that with a 131.2. So it is very close there. Philippe Brescia. In fact, there's been a jump. And it's Christopher Streppen. I did say he was a couple of tenths up. He now finds himself on the second row of the grid with 6 minutes left to go. We'll have a quick run down the whole field. Petrovic's out, Giannuzzi. I'm butchering every name today. Sunday with too much or not enough coffee. We'll find out by the end of the 4 hours. Chris Rice for the ZDR boys. They've got a few cars in this today actually. Alex Skinner. Another one of the rookie monsters. We will, I'm sure, see Luca the Talent Tavanari making an appearance. I did see him in the practice server. Turner Johnson, as I say, it is a 2-driver affair. Over the 4 hours, there are 0 stipulations other than both drivers must have 1 stint behind the wheel. I checked, the stint is classed as 1 flying lap of the race. Because there is no stint timer, so under FIA regulations, both drivers must come out and do at least 1 flying lap of the race, and that will be our stipulations met. So yeah, the nerfing of the petrol tank means that thankfully we don't have a field full of Bentleys. Which, yeah, I'm kind of really grateful for. Revolution Sim Racing, there's other ZDR, we'll find out, Urban Lead. And Drieso Racing. There is Marcus Juzma in the Lambo. Bedemke out for the FRL team. Matthew Miziak's out. There is Leon the Legend Seeley, Nick Langer. Team Iris. Cameron Hunt. There's Philippe Brescia, Ilko Busink. Now into 8th. Dolgo Payatov of the Maxim variety. Traction Dave, he's got a bit of time actually, in 6th place at the moment. Steigenberger for the Waffen Winkel Racing team. Careful how you say that in the morning. Christopher Streppen is in 4th. It's still Nachira Duran and Matthias Hadley up on the front row of the grid. Nachira is matching Duran lap for lap. Those two now 4/10 for Streppen and Brescia at half a second. Steigenberger in the pits. He's on a similar time, or yeah, almost identical time to Steigenberger, Dave, and Dolka Payatov. What do we think in the chat actually? Any predictions? Like I say, I don't have a whole lot of experience with the Valencia course, but at the moment it's certainly looking like a 130. Not 100%. I don't think we'll see a 129 to be fair. I've seen some improvements in the mid-pack, and in fact Ochoto has come out for the Urban League team. He was up on his time. Urban Tat is out as well for the Urban Lead team. He is looking good on his time as well, in fact. Now that's going to see him jump into the top 15. It won't be an assault on the front row of the grid. Definitely trying to make an assault on the top spot. Zach Duran in that Porsche. The Ferrari, sorry. He's normally in the Porsche. He's in a Ferrari. Sensible guy. Hopefully they're using their own race engineers and not last year's F1 Ferrari engineers. The pit stops could be all important in this race. 2.5 minutes left of qualifying. Duran crosses the line. He did lose it out the last few corners there. One of the ZDR Mercedes just getting a bit of a toe across the line. Really do push the limits of the tracks on that exit. In fact, it's that. Oh, it's not just Nikira there. Connection lost. That's where it is. CLR, not ZDR. Goodness me. Where are my glasses? There we go. Oh, and he's backed out of it then. Duran is... Oh, is he done with qualifying? Yes, he is. By the time he gets out back to the pits and gets back in, He might get one more lap at this actually if he stays out. Oh yeah, because he will cross the line. Still a minute 30 to go, right, so he isn't done with qualifying. Fake news. Traction Dave's got time. Bademka as well for... oh, he's just kicked up a bit of dust there. Yeah, he was green in the deltas there and just lost it. Petrovic and Skinner both running well. Steigenberger's in the pits. Manure in the pits as well. So too Roger. They're qualifying definitely done. Skinner crosses the line. 33.0, less than a tenth, or just on a tenth off his current quali time. Petrovic crosses the line. No improvement there. 133.1 for him at the moment. Pulls over. Hladky still on the track. He's 2 tenths down. Leon Seeley a tenth up. Conservative on the corner entry there. Traction Dave in the pits, so that's him done with qualifying. Who else have we got in? Urban Tat is 3 tenths up. Where's that going to pop him? That'll give him 19th. So that'll bring him up a few rows. Still nothing happening up at the front. That's Hladky done with his qualifying. He can only sit back and watch now. Oh, Duran 3 tenths down. It's going to take a colossal effort for him to make his way ahead of Hladky. Yep, that one looks like it's done. In fact, he's just lost a bit more time. So too Nachira, actually, just as he jumped on board. His delta's gone red. Oh, Verstappen's gone green. So the top 4, the only one showing any improvement. Ilko Busink in 10th place, showing a bit of improvement. Cameron Hunt 2. Andreas Ochoa 18th, looking to get ahead of Marcus Juzma. In fact, yeah, if he brings home that, he's gonna, yeah, he will get ahead of Juzma. Won't quite catch Horvath. He's got an almost identical time with Bademke. Confirmation Duran in the pits. So we're closing out the qualifying now. Another car in front. Oh, and Verstappen has pulled into the pits as well. He is going to follow Seeley in. And that is qualifying done and dusted. Hladky and Dvorak on the top spot. All 3 purple sectors was with a 1 minute 30.5. Duran and Chen in 2nd place. Ferrari front row lockout. Hell yeah. 130.5, I reckon. I tell you what, Simon, it is frightening how accurate you can be. Phenomenal stuff. There's Verstappen in 4th. Let's do that, and that. Verstappen and Ulrich in 4th. Brescia and Rebecca in 5th place. Seeley and Bagas in 6th position there. Dave and Crofts. 7th place. Steigenberger and Furst in 8th, sorry. It's Busick and Tavanari starting in 9th place. Dolga Payetov and Hitrov. Belang and Townsend in 11th. Hunt and Den in 12th place. And Manure and Lichten in 13th. Miziak and Hall starting in 14th with Bademke and Keddy starting in 15th. It is Imre Horvath, sorry, used to Henrik Horvath being out on track. I wonder if he is any relation. But Imre Horvath starting with Masiria in 16th. Juzma and Alvarez in 17th. Ochota and Bober in 18th. Roger and Russo in 19th. Johnson and Kozlowski starting in 20th position with Urban Tat and Blay in 21st place. Skinner and Bullet are going to start in 22nd. Rise and Dismukas starting in 23rd. Petrovic and Jensen starting in 24th place. And Giannuzzi and a driver whose full name didn't fit onto the screen are going to start in 25th position. As I say, there is no stipulation at all for drivers over the race. All they need to do is come in and give both drivers a shot behind the wheel. And yeah, everything is kosher with the judges. It is a 4-hour race. The car's capable of doing just over an hour on the petrol tank and tyres. 33 degree track temperature. And it does mean that we'll be pushing it a bit, as we've seen since the update, the tyres not holding their life cycle nearly as long as they have done before. So now that I'm saying they could do over an hour on the tyres, that could be completely erroneous. But yeah, we're certainly going to find out over the next 4 hours. It's not showing up on Pitwall Live for some reason. Not sure. Now Simon's in the chat. Can you confirm, Simon, will it be half Pitwall for this one? I don't have control of my mouse, so I should maybe work that one out first. There we go. Excellent. Simon is driving, as I said. He's in the Lambo. Well, Leon Seeley is starting in 6th place. We'll see how much time Simon can come. I'm looking, Simon. Going to throw you right under the bus there. But we won't do that. So the drivers have got 45 seconds before their warm-up lap starts. Brand new circuit, brand new tyre physics, 4 hours, 2 drivers, and a whole lot of pit stops. As Crackers was saying, hopefully not too many spectators or photographers in the pit lane. Hey, Crunk Monkey, how we doing? I'm good, bud. How are you? How are you? How are you? Let me make sure we actually have the start screen on, because I made it. Oh, would you? I would like to ban you. Thank you. Yes, 2 seconds. We'll jump back over. And we'll get the cars on screen. There we go. Nope. There we go. Ooh. Panic setting. Excellent. So yeah, Team Shizou then. On the front row of the grid in the Ferrari. I'm good, mate, just chilling in bed. Nice. Nice. Monday, is it for you? Hey, Luca Tavanari. How are you doing? Wishing good luck to everyone, as always. Ever the sportsman. And he's even out. Oh no, it's Eelco that's out on track. So it's Eelco that's started. So to say, that's how talented Luca is. He can type in race at the set. He probably still can, actually. Now that I've said that, he will type into the chat hello while setting the fastest lap of the race. It's just Luca doing Luca things, really. How's Luca been? How are you finding R Factor and iRacing? I know you've been. I've seen a few of the rookie monsters on the old R Factor 2 as well, actually. This is good to see. Do love this livery on the WTF racing team. Oh, Chota starting from the pits. That's a huge fall from grace. And a lot of positions lost. And in fact, oh no, yeah, they are still there, 25th. So they're going to start from the pits. Finally, this patch made ACC amazing to drive. Indeed. First proper race well. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've definitely noticed what could be described as a phenomenal difference in the handling. The way the Ferrari goes over curbs, oh my goodness. The 488 is pretty legit, to be fair, but the new Ferrari, definitely even more fun. There is Duran in second. Also Ferrari looks properly fast. Indeed, you know what? As embarrassing as it is, I haven't actually had a shot properly of the new Ferrari yet. I really do need to sit down with it. I've got some Coach Dave setups as well to give it a blast. So yeah, it's definitely high on the list of things to do. It does look incredible. It sounds amazing. And yeah, it's taking the front row of the grid. We're on to the start-finish straight. 4 hours of racing. An interesting helicam for the start-finish straight, Mr. Director. Going to perhaps see something a bit more than... There we go, the green light, and away we go. And Dvorak and Duran both outgunned by Nachira then in the Mercedes off the start-finish line. I have been told before that the Ferrari maybe not the best offline. Oh, and that is a full-blooded pass there, to say the least, but it is 3 wide with an Aston Martin joining them right up the middle. Oh, another bit of contact for the Mercedes, makes his way through, a voice contact again. Oh, and there's a Ferrari in the background spinning. That was Traction Dave just going past, not Steigenberger. Oh, who was the Ferrari that dropped it there? That was the red line Ferrari. Oh, Ilko Busing. Oh, nearly taking one in the rear quarter panel there. Oh, manages to avoid it though. Leon Seeley chasing down the Porsche and the Mercedes ahead of him. Here goes the timing board, having a bit of an epileptic fit as we figure out what is going on. It is the Mercedes once again getting the jump on the Ferrari. And it is flat out sim racing getting cheered on from Svelto in the chat. What an amazing start by Natira. Indeed it is. That Mercedes, absolutely no slouch off the line. You can see the pace that he's already got with Duran giving himself a bit of a gap back. Dvorak there, the big loser in that whole opening few corners there. Started in pole position. I'll tell you what, he's got Verstappen in that Aston Martin. Looking very quick indeed, so the Ferrari really slow out the block, and I tell you, on the corner exit there, the Aston Martin really getting bunched up, and this is bringing Brescia and Steigenberger into this battle as well. And Leon Seeley saying thank you very much round the outside. Oh, and he's managed to hang on to that, got a snap it oversteer on the curves there, managed to hang on to it almost. Got Steigenberger's Porsche position for 6th there, not to be though, a whole lot of slipstream. We can see further down the field, we're doing a massive disservice to the drivers further down there. Phenomenal action going on at the back as well. Urbantat right in the middle, all that there in 18th position. He's got Skinner, who's made up 4 positions from his starting place then. Involved in some great... Oh, come on, there we go. Let's get a nice... Oh, as we can see the Ferrari in front. That is not Urbantat. I believe that is Johnson. It is Johnson. So he's about to lose position. We see Ferrari big send up the background, and he's made that absolutely stick there. That wasn't Skinner. That was Urbantat there. Late on the brakes, getting the Porsche up a position. Up at the front, the Cheer is still 3/10 ahead of Duran, and they're carving out a bigger gap back to Dvorak, who's still defending heavily from Verstappen. So much so they're now 1.2 seconds down on the 2 race leaders. So I'm sure that's absolutely not a part of the Ferrari's strategy then. First straight down to 3rd. Leon Seeley's still trying to get an overtake done, but he has in fact just been passed. Oh, and we've missed that one. You can see how close they're getting in the background, but Ilko Busing is getting the overtake done on Seeley then to take 7th position. The Lambo, we can see in the replay there, having a little bit of a wiggle on the corner exit there, trying to find the traction. He's back in. Oh, and the Porsche almost going a bit sideways itself there. Busing though up into 7th place, so it is Nachira and Duran. Look how close these two are, with a 2.5 back to Dvorak and Verstappen, who are just as close. And in fact, Brescia is getting seriously close to that Aston Martin. We've seen on the corner exit that Aston seems to have the makings of that Aston. But certainly the Mercedes here in the background, no slouch whatsoever. And that puts Verstappen in an interesting position. If he tries for an overtake and doesn't make it stick, he's boxed out. He is going to leave a space for Brescia to stick his car in, and he will cruise on through. You can see in the rear view mirror, he's got Steigenberger not too far behind either. He's got Leon Seeley pushing him along, Dave Langer, Muner, Kedi, Dolgopayatov. In fact, those 6 drivers all within a 1.5 seconds. As you can see here, Dolgopayatov just at the back of this little group. You can see there in the background, the cars snaking and processing their way through the course. A couple of laps in, and it is still very close. We can see Muner, I believe, no, he's in the Bentley. That is Langer, who is defending from the Bentley at the moment. Duran keeping it within 0.5 second. Verstappen staying within 0.5 second as well of Dvorak. Steigenberger hanging in there. Ilko Busing now bringing this train of Leon Seeley, Traction Dave, and Nick Langer with him. And it is Loic Muner who is closing in there as well. And again, still close down here as Imre Horvath finds himself trying to chase down Marcus Duzma, who's all over the back of Cameron Hunt, running a bit wide there. That might just be on the edge of the limits. There's Hunt. The Ferrari we saw slightly wayward in the opening stages. They certainly righted themselves now. 1.6 down on Keddy ahead of them, defending well against Dewsman and Horvath there in the background. Johnson, after getting the overtake done, and now closing in on the group ahead. Matthew Miziak now finds himself in 19th position, making back a few places. He's got Urban Cat just ahead of him. He's got Alex Skinner, who's recently overtaken, still hanging on to his rear spoiler, looking to retake that position. Chris Rise, 24th place, he is in. Nate Roger for ZDR, looking very quick. And in fact, that Porsche ahead of him and himself carrying a little bit of damage there by the looks of it. Let's get back up to the battle for the podium positions, or almost the podium positions. Brescia and Verstappen. Still fairly inseparable. The Mercedes really is bringing it to the Aston Martin at the moment. Dvorak still managing to fend them both off. He's got 6/10. That is the worst helicam in ACC history, but there we go. And are back to within a second of Duran, who's lost about a 10th or so, 6/10 now. So Nachira, ever so slightly quicker lap on lap, but certainly not a massive gulf in the pace. Brescia once again getting unbelievably close to that Aston. And yet at the moment, Dvorak set pole position, 4/10 he was quicker. And in the rest of the field, it seems like his race setup not quite as quick. Not quite as quick as quality setup, obviously. Could be a tyre issue as well. Brand new track, brand new tyre physics. I've seen a few places now drivers are saying about 45 minutes out of a set of tyres, unless you're really careful with the setup. So we'll certainly find that one out as the drivers start flooding into the pit. Still plenty of time before that happens though, as they start making their way back up the gentle hill. Ooh, right over those curves that Aston really abusing the track when it's there. Not a lot. Ooh, opens the corner up. Is he going to nail this one onto the apex? Looking for the inside line on exit on the start finish state. He gets a really good run there, does the Aston. He's right in the slipstream. The Ferrari looks like it is done and dusted on that one. It's a straight shootout into turn number one. The Aston Martin is going to be in front on the brakes. Can the Ferrari get it done on the brakes? Go side by side. And Verstappen right round the outside. And here comes the Mercedes looking to push his way into this one as well. The Ferrari squeezes the Aston Martin over on the outside. The Aston holds his ground and goes for a cutback. What a rotation on that Aston Martin. Bumper to bumper they go. And it is, in fact, that's front splitter to rear diffuser there if ever I've seen it. And the Ferrari holds on to the position. And this battle, all it's doing is bringing more drivers in. As we can see, Ilko Busink recently overtaken Leon Seeley in the Lamborghini. He's now right onto the back of Steigenberger, who's sneaking up onto the back of this battle. We're going to see Busink getting involved here before Steigenberger. Oh, Busink having a look there, signalling his intent that he's looking for that overtake. At the moment, it's Cameron Hunt who's taking the fastest lap of the race, 1:31.775 for the Red Kings Motorsport team. So yeah, it'll be good to see how far back up the field they can make it as he's trying to get past Manure in the Boltley. Oh, Dvorak. Oh, they're side by side again, so we've missed the start of this overtake by the Aston of Verstappen. Right on that inside curb, and then that's not going to do his exit speed much good. But Dvorak right on the outside curb as we're along the start finish straight. And I did say Brescia could be looking to pop his car into any spaces left open by the two battling drivers ahead, and it's going to be Philippe Brescia who is the big beneficiary on the inside line. The Aston Martin leaves enough room for Verstappen right on the outside again. Here comes the Ferrari straight back at them. He's going to be side by side with the Mercedes now. They both leave a beautiful amount of room, and in the background while all that's going on, Ilko Busink sails round at the outside of Steigenberger, and you can see Brescia still looking to apply the pressure and keep that position, which he has done. And as Ilko Busink straight up the inside, that's going to be 3 positions lost in less than a lap and a half as Busink gets his way up the inside. The Ferrari's going to come back up surely on the brakes. The Porsche potentially going to hold this one. As Steigenberger then comes back and he retakes a position. Leon Seeley says, chaps, let me get involved in this battle as well, potentially. Okay, don't mind if I do. So it is now 17 wide as they come into the infield section. Oh, and Busink's run a bit deep. Busink's run deep. He's now dropped another position then. He's on the outside, I believe. Oh, he's still holding on that position then. He's managed to fend that one off, and Traction Dave is now coming back into this one as well, as he's fighting with Nick Langer. I'm fighting to catch my breath. This one could very well be the absolute end of me. It's so close with Nachira and Duran now miles ahead of the rest of the field. 4.6 seconds ahead of Verstappen, who's now in third. Is Brescia in fourth, Dvorak in fifth, Steigenberger, who's now in sixth position. Joko Busink in seventh, Leon Seeley in eighth place. Traction Dave and Nick Langer rounding out the top 10. Phenomenal action right through this top 10 as we see Joko Busink again looking to use the slipstream. A bit far back for that one there, but certainly not too far back to consider this battle done and dusted. Dvorak now finds himself a second behind Brescia, who is still hunting down Christoph Verstappen. Calmness personified then. He hunted down that third place for 4-5 solid laps. And yeah, some unbelievable side-by-side racing by all these drivers. And it is Verstappen who's come out on top. Big shout out to Brescia though. He got the memo. He knew exactly what to do. As soon as that opportunity presented itself, he was straight in there, no looking back. Apologies, may have got a bit overexcited, bit of a tickle in the throat. But yeah, incredible action. In fact, we're seeing more straight away. Marco Keddy looking to apply pressure to Cameron Hunt ahead of him. He's run himself a bit wide there and brought Marcus Juzma a knock-in on his rear spoiler. Steigenberger is now... Oh, he's still ahead of Busink. And catching up to Dvorak. Oh, they're getting very close here as well, and Leon Seeley won't be long in making a move. These three don't sort themselves out sooner rather than later. Oh, up the hill they really do hit those curbs, something you can absolutely do these days on ACC, which is, yeah, not before time. Definitely adds to the realism. The Porsche all over that exit curve there, and look at the takeoff speed that he's got. Can the Lamborghini hang? He's getting a lot of slipstream as Busink. Leon already out with that slipstream, pops back in again. On the exit curve. It's good to see the Porsche in a straight line at the top end, not completely outgunned these days. Going to be a lot more competitive. The Mercedes is definitely going to be the one though for getting the jump off the line. Although Zach Duran, as you can see, in second place there. For the team Schumi Skins, only 7/10 separating the top two, 15 minutes in. They're 4.5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Oh, and the Ferrari just running a bit deep there, and the Mercedes making good his escape. That's going to find them another 10th or two, you would guesstimate. No downshift limiter as well, I've heard, on the Ferrari. Something else I'm going to have to test out. If there's anybody can confirm nor deny that, let me know. But I have heard you really can rattle down through the gears and smash in using the engine braking. So that'll be interesting to see. Busink's still trying to get his way past Steigenberger, while still fending off the advances of Leon Seeley. Leon himself has got traction. Dave really is getting himself some traction out of that last corner, although so is the Lamborghini. And he really has got a run again. Pops out with the slipstream into the first corner, straight back in again. Beautiful apex there by Busink. Great rotation in the car as well. Steigenberger just fending them off. Verstappen. Verstappen no longer in third place, so let's jump back on board and see what's happened there. The Aston and the Mercedes dueling for podiums. Yeah, a lot of parts of this track reminiscent to several others. The last turn, oh, and he's run a bit deep, lost the back of the car in the Mercedes. Yeah, very gentlemanly drive there by Verstappen. Completely lost the back of the car, lifted off, had no momentum, and that is an easy one in the grand scheme of things. For Brescia, Steigenberg, as you can see in the background, that was when we saw Leon Seeley having a look, but a solid line of cars all the way back to 14th position with Marcus Juzma, who has now been overtaken by Marco Keddy. Vasquez, Dvorak died. Huh? Oh, what have we missed there? Oh yeah, he is carrying a bit of damage there actually. Have we missed the damage? Yeah, he was P4 or 5. Yeah, we saw him run a bit wide, and he had to let quite a few cars through. I know they were very close, but yeah, I didn't see him make contact with anything. But he does seem to have a few scrape marks on that car. So whatever it is that's ailed him, we've missed it unfortunately. But yeah, down in 18th position at the moment. That is a big drop, and that is us back to where we joined him. So yeah, so just after we saw him run wide, he's had a bit of an incident, and that is a big drop then for Verstappen. Now in 4th. Steigenberger promoted to 5th with all that going on then. Busink now in 6th place. Leon Seeley still keeping him company in 7th. Traction Dave in 8th place. Dolga Payatov 9th place at the minute. And Manure hunting down Nick Langer again. So Langer got the overtake done a lap ago. But the Bentley is certainly not letting this one go. They're a bit further spread out down the field. Skinner now in 20th. Down in the back of the field, Chris Rise for the ZDR boys. Giannuzzi in 24th. Petrovics in 23rd with Ochota in 22nd. Rogers in 21st. Skinner in 20th. Urban Tat in 19th. Dvorak now in 18th position behind Miziak in 17th. Johnson's in 16th. Horvath in 15th position with Marcus Juzma currently in 14th. Marco Keddy there, 13th position. It's Hunt. He's got himself back up to 12th place. Still the fastest car on track at the moment. Manure and Langer still going at it there. 11th and 10th and 11th. Sorry, Dolgopayov in 9th place. And then the top 10. Leon Seeley's just lost the position there at Traction Dave then. So let's see if we can catch this. Worst helicam in ACC history on the start-finish straight. Into turn number 1, you can see Seeley visibly further back on Busink than we've seen so far this race. Gets a good run through turn 1. Decent exit. Oh, and he's just run a bit deep there in the Mercedes. That is far too tempting an offer to turn down. And the Traction Dave has definitely turned up then. 7th position at the expense of the Lambo. Now sees him trying to hunt down Ilko Busink, who's still behind Steigenberger. Now got that 5th place, courtesy of the Dvorak Death. He's still in 18th. Still a long way to go though. We've still got over 3.5 hours of the race to go. And given the pace that he's showing, I'd imagine Dvorak will be spending a fair bit of time in the car. There is Rogers, but it was in fact Busink I was still looking for. He is still there. Oh, bit of a wiggle by his opponent. He's got a tighter apex there once again. And Dolgopayatov. He's now getting brought into this battle as well. Keddy and Manure. Keddy closing in on Manure as well. And so too the Red Kings Racing, Cameron Hunt, closing in on Keddy. So this group all hurrying one another along. Oh, did he go a bit deeper? Was he trying to open the corner up? Certainly doesn't look to have robbed him of too much momentum on his way through. But in the background there, that is one Marcus Juzma. He's got Albi Alvarez in his team, so a very quick team between them, that's for sure. Hunt at the minute. Definitely looking racy compared to the drivers ahead of him. But they are locked in a battle. As you can see, this Bentley then surely going to have a decent run along the start finish. Actually, not quite as close as it looked from the cars behind then. The slipstream will be taking effect, but not enough until the end of the straight and into the braking zone. Not much application of the brakes through turn 1. Oh, definitely need enough to keep it in the track limits though, as it is a big loss of momentum there. Langer getting off the accelerator so as not to accrue a penalty from the in-game stewards. And all that's done is given him a massive Bentley grille right in the rear view mirror. And I'll tell you what, Marco Keddy hunting in the background as well in that Porsche. He's got a bit of airbag to hunt at the moment. Now is definitely the time, if he can, to try and find a way to at least get side by side with Manure, put the ball in his court and see if he can get the overtake, see if he can get Manure to get the overtake done on Langer. Manure just popping out with the slipstream. Oh, having a big look up the inside. Look at the rotation he gets on that Bentley. Beautifully on the brakes, and he's within an arm's length at the moment. Keddy really throwing that car over the curbs. The Bentley looking for a look up the inside as well. No room at the end, says Langer. And he does hang on to 10th position, but for how much longer, given Manure and Keddy so close at the minute. Busink as well, in fact, has just got the overtake done. He has been pressing and knocking on that door for a couple of laps now. On and off, to be fair, Steigenberger did get a bit of a gap. Oh, but he just runs that a little bit deeper. It does seem that Busink is just that little bit neater, rotating the car over the apexes. Oh, he really threw it into there. He was always going to lose momentum. Oh, and a bit of a wiggle there from Busink on the exit, but he manages to control it better, gets the better run, clearly in front into the braking zone for the next corner. And that is a nice move there by Ilko Busink. Finds him now in 5th position. Can he hold on to it though? We've seen Steigenberger phenomenally quick so far. He can definitely defend. Get the feeling this is going to be a great battle between these two for quite some time in this race. The real double. Great move by Ilko, indeed it was. Oh, and here we go then. Marco Keddy, has he found the Bentley's kryptonite through turn number 9? He's right up the inside. The Bentley's on the outside line, and here comes... is that Langer in the background now? It is Langer in the background now. And the Ferrari looking to get that overtake done. Cameron Hunt then, still the fastest car on the track, and he's got Juzma well within the slipstream then. So this lot battle in has brought these drivers straight back into it. Manure still trying to find his way into 10th place. Oh, the Lambo really kicking that curb there. Doesn't want to do that too often. We are 25 minutes into the race. How soon are we going to see pit stops? I haven't had much experience with the new tyres, but from what I've seen in other communities and races at this community, tyres definitely not lasting anywhere near as long as they used to, with some reports being in the 40 to 45 minute mark, which is, yeah, considering some teams used to double stint a set of tyres, that is a massive drop off in life cycle for the tyre. So we'll see how soon we get drivers coming into the pits. Langer still applying pressure. Traction Dave looking to close in on Steigenberger if he can. Leon Seeley, having a bit of a slide there, but not losing enough momentum for Dave to shake him off. And the Lambo closing back in. That's a wider line in. It's a nice smooth line out. The Mercedes still fending him off there. Nachira has not looked back since he got out in front, and over the last 16 laps he's now got a 3.5 second gap. The flat out sim racing Mercedes. Oh, we've got our first drive-through, and it is Armand Petrovics for the ZDR boys. Drive-through for track limits, only 16 laps in. That does not bode well for a 4-hour race. If you're doing that every 30 minutes, it's certainly not the pit stop strategy I would be recommending, that's for sure. Oh, the Lambo did look like he got a good run there. That was just the camera angle, though, as the gap between himself and the Mercedes maintains. Traction Dave on the exit. Steigenberger still hanging on the back of Busink. He's got 4.5 seconds to make up to Verstappen ahead. Verstappen, after a little loss of grip, finds himself in 4th place with Brescia. Still hanging on to that 3rd position. Duran now back to within 4 seconds of Nachira. Leon Seeley getting close. Let's just keep an eye on this battle here, I think. Potentially Juzma in the Lambo. They're trading sector times as well. So yeah, getting a pit stop count might not be a bad idea. Nicholas Urbantat, the battle of the Porsches. He's got Skinner ahead of him, back up to 19th place. That drive-through for Petrovics is going to be... Oh, Skinner just running a bit lively on the accelerator pedal on the exit. The Porsche having a bit of a kick. That's really invited Roger into this one. He's opened the corner out. Oh, the car having a bit of a wiggle on the... Oh, and on exit as well. Corner entry and exit both suffering there for Urbantat, and that has given Skinner a bit of breathing space for at least a few more corners. No such breathing space for Traction Dave, as coming at the last corner once again. We can see Leon Seeley ever so slightly closer. That's the drive-through cleared. He gets a good run in that Lambo again. The Mercedes is going to have a fairly long end of his stint fending off the Lambo. And he is getting closer to Steigenberger ahead of him. He's now dropping off ever so slightly from Ilko Busink. The gap in there now 0.8 of a second. And that is, yeah, the Steigenberger we're on board with. Traction Dave. Manure still trying to find his way back past Marco Keddy. Now that Keddy's taken 10th place. Langer 1.8 seconds down the road. So now that these two have dispatched the Ferrari, no looking back whatsoever. 30 minutes in. No pit stops yet. Again, the 40-minute mark. That's what will be interesting if we're going to see anybody coming in. I don't imagine anybody's going to be too keen to come in that early. But if reports of the tyre wear are correct, that could be what we're looking at. Now every car is like the Honda. The tyres just drop off a cliff at the end of a stint. If that is the case, the ramifications for 24-hour and 12-hour endurance racing, yeah, it's going to make it fun. Matthew Miziak trying to get past fellow Ferrari driving Turner Johnson. Oh, and in fact, that is Petrovics just getting himself out of the way. He's a lap down now, of course, because of that drive-through. Juzma and Hunt going side by side. Juzma up the inside into turn number 1. And he gets that one pretty easily, in fact. So Cameron Hunt, fastest car on the track. Oh, running a bit deep there. The Lambo got a very good run through turn. 4 and 5. Oh, he really is applying the pressure then. So I'm not sure if there's something ailing the Ferrari. He's got the fastest lap, so definitely is quick and has been over the piece. Quicker, fastest lap than Jusma as well. On the apex, the Lambo definitely looking that little bit quicker on the exit as they finish the lap on the start finish straight, and the Lambo not even needing to use the slipstream then. It's a straight drag race between the two cars, and it is Jusma. It just needs to be that little millisecond later on the brakes. Sails it up the inside, not much defence then from the Ferrari. So given the pace that the Ferrari's shown towards the start of the stint, I'm wondering if there's potentially been an incident that we've missed, because now Imre Horvath has caught right back up. The Revolution Sim Racing driver in 15th position now finds himself primely poised behind Hunt to get himself up into 14th. Leon Seeley, while all that's been going on, is still pestering Traction Dave to try and get himself up to 7th place. And Mattia Nachira, obviously not happy at the gap between himself and Zach Duran, dipping below 4 seconds, has now got it up to almost 5 seconds, 20 laps in. So with all the new cars and all the new bops, the Mercedes of old popping its head above the pulpit. And yeah, getting the job done. Certainly opens the stages. Lightning start as well by the Mercedes, and has not looked back since. Phenomenal first lap action between the top three. But it is the top three that have spread themselves out. It's now Steigenberger, Dave and Seeley that are applying most of the overtaking action and battle. Oh, Lambo just having a bit of a kick on the curves. Marco Keddy, in fact, sorry, I was saying it, they're all providing the battle in action. Marco Keddy in the Porsche. He's pushing on the back of Dolgopayatov at the moment. Oh, and again, the Porsches really do seem to be taking the apexes and getting the car turned in a lot better than the Ferraris. I did think it was maybe a driving thing. Look at the exit that Keddy's got there on the Porsche. He is going to sail past them on the brakes here. Up the inside of turn number 1. Certainly seems to be the place to get the overtakes done. Leaves more than enough room on the inside, but the Ferrari with a good run round the outside. He's going to hang in there. What is Keddy going to do? Into turn 2, keeps it nice and neat, gets a beautiful rotation there, and in the background manure watching this one going on as well. Hopefully he can get, hoping that he can get himself back involved as well. But through the infield section, that is Keddy now up to 9th position. There's confirmation there on the timing board. Zach Duran. Wow, Zach Duran is now in 3rd place. I get the feeling we've missed some kind of minor incident then, because well, Duran was losing. He did lose a bit of time. He's got no damage on that car from what I can see. But Brescia is in 2nd place. Out with turn number 1 into turn number 2. Really does get that done on the brakes then. Aston Martin not far behind either then, so a bit of a drop off in pace for Duran. I wonder if that is the tyres. We are getting close to the 40-minute mark. But certainly that is a big drop in pace then for Duran. And it's a drop in position as well. And Christoph Verstappen, I'm sure he'll be smelling blood in the water. We know that he is very patient, but when an opportunity presents, he's certainly no slouch. And at the moment, it is Verstappen as looking very quick indeed. Okay, there is some back marker traffic there as well. That is Giannucci then in 23rd position, just popping himself out of the way for Brescia. to make his way through. How quick is Brescia then, now that he's been fully released? Oh, and in fact, that's not Giannuzzi, I do apologise. That is Chris Rise. Oh, Verstappen in the Aston, so the Ferrari really is struggling at this stage. And that seems to be right through the field, actually, if we just have a proper look at that, because Langer now down in 12th position. We've just seen Dolga Payatov. He's now been overtaken by Manure as well. He's now in 11th, so that is Keddy and Manure that have made their way past in the previous lap. Langer, we saw his pace drop off ever so slightly as well. And as well, Cameron Hunt, fastest car on the track. Oh, maybe just have a little bit of damage on the car then. But we are at the... Oh no, it's only 36 minutes in. Wow, so if the tyres have dropped off this early, then that really is going to be problematic for the Ferraris over the piece. The track temperature sitting at 34 degrees. It's going to get slightly warmer. Oh, Zach Duran. And yeah, Verstappen has got this one done, so let's jump on board and watch this one. Pop the jumper off. Oh, up the inside. Beautiful manoeuvre there by the Aston. That is how Verstappen got himself back onto the podium then. Zach Duran now in that 4th place. The Ferrari's really not enjoying the new tyre physics. As all of them at the moment suffering positionally. There is Lemieux. Steigenberger now behind Leon Seeley. So Seeley has got that position done as well. Steigenberger now down to 8th place. So he was at one point battling with Ilko Busink for 5th. He's now got Traction Dave and Leon Seeley both ahead of him. Marco Keddy in that 9th place. Manure still in 10th with Dolka Payatov. Still sitting in 11th position. Roger and Urbantat just down the order there, 20th and 21st, all over the back of Alec Skinner. So yeah, Roger certainly not seeming to be struggling for pace or grip. Coming towards the end of his stint, Leon Seeley, oh, he's getting very close to Traction Dave still. It's hurried along, no doubt, by Steigenberger. Tight right-hander. Onto the apex again for the Porsche. Really is getting that thing rotated. And in fact, I do need to make a quick little pit stop myself. Bear with me a moment. Ah, there we go, back again. And we are seeing some cars coming into the pit then. That is Cameron Hunt. Can't get another angle to see if he is carrying damage. But that is just on the 40-minute mark, which obviously a lot earlier than you would expect. Ilko Busink all over the back of Zach Duran now then. The Ferrari, I would say, is struggling for tyres. It's not often you see a Porsche outgun a Ferrari in a straight line, getting it done on the brakes. Ilko textbook overtake there into turn number 1. Zach Duran now finding himself down in 5th position. Johnson there in 17th. He's now got Dvorak, who's made it back a couple of places, back up to 16th, but he too is in the Ferrari. So I wonder how his tyres are doing. Leon Seeley in the Lambo. Now I'm willing to bet the Lambo's got really good tyre wear because it's the car Simon Baggis is in. And he certainly knows his stuff. I also saw actually, oh, there's Den's come out. AMG Dens for the Red Kings Motorsport team. Got some serious pace, does Mr. Den, so we'll see how quickly he can go. Johnson really is giving Dvorak all he can handle at the moment, the two of them in that Ferrari. Dolgopayatov and Langer, both of them seeing their lap times dropping off. Langer's more severely, 2.5 seconds slower than his quickest lap of the race at this point, and we're only, 42 minutes in? So the Ferrari tyres really not happy, I would guesstimate. Hopefully we'll get a couple of drivers in the chat to confirm, but it is looking like the 45-minute predictions that a couple of people have made are pretty spot on for some of the cars, given what we're seeing. Again, Duran's got no damage visibly, but yeah, has really suffered for pace. Busink making the most of that one. The bots. Sorry, bear with me a second. Yeah, the bots sometimes go on strike. Let me just... There we go. No problem at all, Nova. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, the bots do like to go on strike sometimes. I'll get my secretary Baggis onto it as soon as possible. He should be listening at the moment. He's going to be jumping into the Lambo we see on screen. And it's a Lambo that could be looking at a decent overtake here again. Into turn number 1. He's all over the back of Traction Dave, who himself is really putting the hurt onto the Ferrari ahead of him. Has a look up the inside into turn number 1. The Ferrari again leaving more than enough room there, almost avoiding that apex, like you didn't have the grip that you wanted, and Traction Dave sails up the inside and Seeley goes to follow him almost a tap on the rear quarter panel of the Ferrari, but you can see Seeley there persistently staying at this one, going side by side through the right and left hander. Oh, bit of contact there, he's run a bit wide. And the Ferrari has held on to that position temporarily. I don't imagine it'll be too long before Seeley gets that job done. And Duran now down from 2nd place to 6th position. And he really is struggling for grip then. Still 3 hours and 14 minutes to go, only 45 minutes in. And yeah, Dolgopayatov and Langer as well. I mean, Dolgopayatov, another driver, almost 3 seconds slower than his fastest lap in the opening stint. And we're only 46 minutes in. And that is Marcus Duzma in the Lambo, looking to take advantage of the extra grip that he has come the end of his stint. He's got a couple of Ferraris in his sight. There is manure up the road. Oh, and in fact, that's not, that is not Petrovic's either. It's either Giannuzzi or Chota. Just sails down the outside. It is Giannuzzi. Oh, the Lambo, look how much extra grip he's got on the brakes, and out with the last corner. It's going to be a very mirrored image of the overtake we've not long seen from the Mercedes on the Ferrari. It's now going to be Lambo on Ferrari. It's also going to be Lambo on Ferrari ahead, as that one is done and dusted. We'll try and jump back on and catch that overtake on the replay. Juzma not quite getting it done, so there is the Lambo of Juzma. Here is Leon Seeley then, eyeing up at Zach Duran for 5th position. Again, getting it done on the brakes. The Ferrari, very little answer, very little grip. And it is another position lost for Duran, down to 7th position now then, with Seeley promoted to 6th. All the while, Nachira in the Mercedes, 5.5 seconds ahead of Philippe Brescia. We did wonder if Verstappen could catch up. Well, Brescia, hold my Sunday roast, he got himself up at the second and left Verstappen in 3rd place, and he's got an Ilko Busink absolutely on the charge. The gap there now just under 3 seconds, so he's wasting no time whatsoever and getting caught back up. Marcus Juzma still looking to get his way past Langer if he can, and in fact he has got his way past Langer. Good entry into that corner, so let's see how this one got done. Yeah, so at the moment, Langer was fending him off up until this point. Oh, the car understeering ever so slightly for him on the way in. Those two Porsches, Horvath and Miziak, in the background. Langer could find himself under big pressure there soon. Oh, and he's run massively deep. Same corner again. The 4th overtake we've seen there, and the Lambo. Oh, and the Ferrari turned in on him. And that is why he's lost so much pace as well. So yeah, contact there between the two cars. Juzma lives to fight another day. In fact, they both do. Normally that would have been a shadow realming for both drivers. The new physics working wonders. Duran will be hoping his tyres start working wonders pretty soon. 50 minutes into the stint. Oh, we've seen the Ferrari drop 5 positions, and the vast majority of them have been in the last few laps. Tyres absolutely dropping off a cliff. That is the Red King's car, so that is Den, just being lapped by Keddy there. Keddy now closing in on Steigenberger, this for 8th place then. So Keddy with a steady improvement in positions over his opening stint. I'm sure he'll be more than happy with that. And definitely got some good pace. Still lapping in the low 1 minute 33s as opposed to the Ferraris, who are all lapping it in the 34s. Yeah, even Dvorak there, down in 16th position. He's just been overtaken by Matthew Miziak. And Turner Johnson, a bit off the pace himself. He too in a Ferrari, so that could well be. And there's Dvorak coming into the pits. 51 minutes into a stint, that is. I think testament to just how poor the tyre wear on the Ferrari is these days. Johnson follows him in. So the Ferrari might be quick, but it's not going to spend as much time on the track and a lot more time in the pits, it would seem. If they're needing to pit every 50 minutes, that's going to be a lot of pit stops for a 4-hour race. Keddy on a charge. He's got Steigenberger just ahead of him still, and he's closed that gap in even more, well within 2 tenths. It looks like these two are going to be staying out for another few laps at least. The Porsche certainly not suffering with the tyre wear that the Ferrari is. Neither to that Mercedes. It's a 1-2 at the moment for Mercedes. It was a 1-2 in qualifying for Ferrari, and it's Mercedes that are taking the top spots in the races at the moment. The Cheetah and Brescia. Oh, there's Kerry again. Good rotation on the inside of the curb. Slight kick from the back of Steigenberger's car, and Kerry right round the outside, sails it onto the inside of the next curb. Sails it on the inside of the next corner, straight on the curbs. Does so again. And in the background there, Patrick Den just watching that. He's going to sail past these two when they do come in to take their pits. In fact, the slipstream looks like he's going to close in a lot quicker as well. Kerry getting that overtake done. That's him now up to 8th place then. So great opening stint so far by Marco Kerry. Still got a few laps to go as well. And a great opening stint too for Ilko Busink. Now finds himself within a second and a half of Christoph Verstappen. Now it's going to be interesting to see when these drivers, the Aston Martin always been a good all-rounder. The Porsche was slightly outgunned in a straight line. But that's certainly not seeming to be the case now. Let's see Busink 1.6 seconds down. How are their tyres going to suffer? Steigenberger still on the back of Kerry, and in fact Kerry now finds himself with Patrick Dent fully in that slipstream. There's Manure in the background there, keeper of the top 10 positions. Horvath then looking to pile the woes on the Ferrari drivers as he gets to within a second of Langer. Langer is still out the track and he has just come into pits. I was going to say, I'd be surprised if we don't see the majority, if not all, of the Ferraris in before the hour mark, and that is Langer coming in. He's just been followed in, I believe, by Matthew Miziak. Yes, he has. Nate Roger carrying a bit of bumping and scraping there on the front of his car. I think we're going to see him come in as well. No, he stayed out. So his setup not quite as severe on the tyres. He's going to get another lap. As he's got Skinner just behind him there, so he's just made his way past there under blue flags. Nachira, he's obviously going to stay out. Yes, he is. And yeah, Brescia, he'll be in no rush to come into the pits either. Verstappen, he's found half a second on Busink over that last lap then. So he has steadied the shit and got himself a bit more of a gap there as Sealy in the background and the Lambo still lurking over Traction Dave's shoulder. And Zach Duran is now under direct threat from Marco Kerry. Kerry has wasted no time catching up there. And look at the exit speed he's got there. Surely overtake done into turn number 2, comfortably on the brakes. Onto the inside curb, and again the Ferrari found wanting for grip, and he's now found wanting for position. Second down to 8th. The polar opposite of the type of stint we would normally see from Zach Duran, but he is sticking with it. Is he going to come into the pits on this lap? That would be nearly an hour. Langer finally succumbs to the tyre wear of the Ferrari. That's him coming to the pits. Already dropping down orders. Ladke out on track, 18th position then. He of course set the pole position time. He takes over for his stint, 18th position. Kozlowski out on track as well for his first stint. Another one of the Ferraris, Matthew Miziak. Now let me see, that is... Oh wow, well held there by Patrick Den. That was some serious sideways action there. Let's just have another look at this. Oh wow, I've been on mute for so long. Mind blowing. How did that happen? Yes, I've genuinely been talking to myself for a while. Phenomenal stuff. Professional, me. Giannucci, stop go 32nd. But I'm not sure, I can't remember whether it's a stop go 32nd for speeding on exit or entrance. We were talking, I was talking about Durant as well. Now finding himself behind Manure. So he's down to 9th place then. Urban Tat in, that's one of the Porsches coming in. So I wonder if that's tyre wear enforced. Duran stays out for another lap as we see Steigenberger coming into the pits. That battle, he was having there. Hladke, he's already set the fastest lap of the race now. He's back out in the Ferrari. That is a 131.6, so he's wasting no time whatsoever. And he's just dispatched of Matthew Miziak as well. Patrick Den very close to him. So the passing of the torch was when the two of them potentially passing each other. Den now looking to get past Miziak. Hladke up to 15th with all the pit stops that's going on. We'll see how many more positions he can take. Busink back to within a second of Verstappen. Can he get himself up into 3rd place before he comes in to the pit stop? He's certainly matching Verstappen lap for lap. Was marginally quicker on that previous lap. Steigenberger and Dolgopayatov dropping positions. As suspected, no in-lap as yet for Busink. The Porsche clearly capable of comfortably going over the hour mark. Not so comfortable the Ferrari though. Duran and now being passed by Hladke, who is unlapping himself. And is that Matthew Miziak? Oh, Keddy. Well, Russia cars into the pits. Keddy, Seeley and Traction Dave all coming in just over the hour mark. Steigenberger following them in as well. Busink now within 7/10. Although that's just gone back to 9/10. Is he going to pop in the pits? 4 of the cars in. Steigenberger once comfortably inside the top 10. Comes into pits, find himself 14th. There is Horvath coming into the pits as well. Juzma making his way into his pit box. And yeah, Day coming in as well for the CLRT team. Getting his stop-go 30-second penalty done. Langer still in the pits as well. That's been a lengthy pit stop for Langer. He's now dead last. Yoko Busink definitely not last. Oh, and Traction Dave's got a penalty for exiting the pit lane incorrectly. And that's a stop-go 30-second. And it's Luke Croft who's been gifted that one. Straight out of the pits with a penalty and a car to lap there. That is Roger, who's up into 12th place at the minute. Verstappen has come into the pits in the Aston Martin, and Busink's been promoted to 3rd position. There's Simon Baggis out on track in 7th, although that's all going to change as we get through some time in Delta. Croft being hunted by Roger still, and he's going to lose that position again with that stop go 32nd. Another one of the penalties cleared there. Stefan Blay out for the Urban Lead car. That is the Porsche we saw involved in the action early doors. And in 12th, Yuri Hitrov out in the Ferrari, although he is, we'll see, yeah, he is behind Albi Alvarez, who's come out for Marcus Juzma. Bedenke out as well for Marco Keddy. So a lot of the drivers getting that driver swap done and dusted. Across the 2 lap to get that penalty served. Zach Duran finally into the pits, and it's Xu Chen that's going to take over. There's Brazier coming into the pits from second, and Nachira staying out. Let's see how close Busink gets in. In fact, will Busink? Oh, that was a bit of net code there. For Blaine, not the most secure connection it would appear. The car crabbing ever so slightly there. Hopefully not giving Busink too much of a fright as he went past. But past he has. Manure into the pits from 4th. And there's confirmation that Busink now running in 2nd. Cross catching up to Bagas. And yeah, hopefully that is spiking for me ever so slightly. No frame drop, so that's fine. Martin Ulrich, hopefully just a couple of lag spikes. Shouldn't cause any problem. Martin Ulrich takes over for Verstappen in the Aston Martin. We've got confirmation if they are back out in 5th. Not 100% sure that R. Crofts has got 1 lap left to serve. The stop-go 30-second penalty. Heatrov trying to find a way, trying to find a way past Alvarez. He's got Matthias Hladke for Team Shazoo. Very quickly establishing his dominance with the fastest lap of the race. He took pole position. Rebecca is out for connection lost racing, and Ilko Busink is in for Team Rookie Monsters. Up to 2nd place then, Nachira still out, so he really is enjoying the life cycle of the tyres on that Mercedes. That's going to give them a massive advantage over the Ferrari drivers. Given we've seen how either A, early they need to pit, or B, how much pace to lose if they do stay out. Yuri Heatrov, look how close he's getting at the moment. Albi Alvarez coming under all kinds of pressure early doors in his stint. Rebecca, Ulrich, Cross, Bagas, Rogers, Bedemke. Manure is back out then, so a driver double stint in. Miziak back out as well. Massera is out in 15th position with Patrick Den just behind him for the Red Kings. 16th position there in that Ferrari, but again, the tyre life. Is that going to be what kills off the Ferrari chart? I wouldn't want to see any Ferraris finish in the top 10. I'm sure Chen and the gang at Team Shazoo will have a solid opinion on that one, but the tyres might say otherwise. On board with Heatrov at the minute. The Ferraris are certainly looking quick in the early stages of their stint. Heatrov looking to use what tyre grip he has at the moment to best effect, but it is Alvarez ahead of him. A wily campaigner, it's safe to say, is Alvarez, despite being away for a year. He's hit the ground running since he's got back, and he's found the 1.9 patch to his liking, he was saying, so this is likely to be a good battle between these two. Cross come in to serve his penalty, Nate Rogers in as well. Chen 33-0 out of the pits, and he'll be hoping to catch up to Manure ahead. But Demke still running well for FRL since he's got running well since he got out of the pits. Comfortably holding on to that 6th position. He's got 5 seconds ahead to Bagas. 5th place at the moment. Look at Tavanari out on track for Ilko Busink. The Rookie Monsters currently in 4th position. Phenomenal opening stint for Busink. And yeah, Tavanari certainly no slouch behind the wheel, and just as quick as Busink is, and he does like to get himself a fastest lap award as well. So we're likely to see a strong stint from Tavanari. Currently 3.7 down on Ulrich in third place, or 4.3. So that gap stretched now ever so slightly, but we did see the Porsche towards the end of stint number 1 really close that gap. Alvarez has been overtaken, and we've missed it. But Heathrow then making a move, and that's him up to 9th place, so inside the top 10. Miziak trying to catch back up to Ladke, who is absolutely flying since he's got out of the pits. He's definitely on for several positions if he can keep this pace up. 32.2 his last lap, 31.6 the quickest lap he's posted. The pace he's currently on quicker than anyone else in the top 5, although just as I say that, Tabanari's last, 30, I thought it said 31.9 there, it was 33. So yeah, 33.3 for Tabanari there, not the 31.9 that showed. That would have been worldly quick, given the pace of the rest of the field at the moment. Certainly the 31s are being threatened, but at the moment, the teams at the top definitely. Although Alvarez losing a lot of time on that last lap, so he really did lose out on that overtake. So too here, top 35 second, 1 minute 35 their previous lap. So that is a big drop in pace compared to the rest of the field. Definitely can't really afford to do that. Drive through for track limits. Oh, that is Craig Townsend for the Conquest Racing team. Definitely not what the Ferrari drivers need. An extra trip into the pits. Patrick Den, AMG Dens, of course. He's got Masira just ahead of him. Masira on the fresher tyres, but Den looking very quick. Given the way the tyres have dropped off, the Ferrari drivers know they need to get the overtakes done early in the stint. And we'll see Xu Chen at the minute, 1.8. So he is keeping pace with Manure ahead of him. But is that Nachira just ahead? It is Nachira just ahead of him. He's already looking to lap Manure in 7th place. So he too has stayed out. So not many teams have double stinted their drivers in the opening stint. Nachira, one of those, and why not with the lead that he's got and the pace that he's showing. Leave him in the car to do his thing. Flat out sim racing. 46 laps in. And very much in the lead. 7 seconds ahead of Rebecca at the moment, I believe. In fact, even further than that. Yeah, wow, that's an incredible gap we've got there. Drive-through cleared by car 26. Which, yeah, Craig Townsend getting his track limit violations done. There is Chris Rise in the pit, second stop for the ZDR boys Porsche. So that should see Petrovic make his way back through despite the penalty he served. Patrick Den. Definitely looking the quicker of these two. We've seen the Ferrari lose so many battles on that inside line, and the other cars being able to sail up the inside line. No grip on the outside for the Ferrari, certainly towards the later stages. And in the background, that is Rebecca, in fact. No, it's not. That is Traction Dave's Mercedes, which is Luke Croft's. So this is a battle for position. He is flashing his lights. He has served the penalty. But the Mercedes goes up the inside. The Ferrari tries to hold the outside line, but it is a position done then for Luke Croft's. They're looking to get as many positions back, and with the pace that he's showing, you don't think it'll be too long before they get themselves back into that top 10. Den could well fall through. And the Porsche ahead, Mercedes had a big kick oversteer on the exit. Really has lost momentum. Holds it on the middle line though. Mercedes, didn't have any pace on the exit. The Mercedes has made contact with the back of the Porsche. And it is game over for the Porsche. So we can see then right in the middle part of the track, oh, the Porsche lost momentum, moves over to send the Mercedes around the outside. Oh, has no momentum on the corner exit there, trying to steady the car, and takes a tap in the rear from Luke Croft. Oh, a bit of an audio glitch there. Skinner into the pits for Team Rookie Monsters. Maxime Bullet taking over for their Porsche. Or their second Porsche, sorry. And Bedemke showing much of the pace that Kerry's teammate has. He's already closed up onto the back of Simon Backus in the SOP Lamborghini. 7 or 8 tenths a lap quicker at the moment he is than Bagas. So yeah, he'll be looking to get that done as soon as he can, if possible. Yeah, Alvarez still behind Ladke then, who's back up to the top 10. The team Shizou Ferrari dropped massively off the pace towards the end of the first stint. Now back up to 10th place. Bedemke. Not the smoothest exits there, needed that a little bit cleaner. Oh, and that's a wild entrance as well. Oh, and he's really, wow. He's done massively well to hold on to that one there. Really did throw the Porsche over those curves there. I know you can be a bit braver on the curve, but you can't be quite as brave as this, I don't think. Oh, he just clipped the grass on the inside curb on the corner exit, which unsettled the car. Did give it a big kick. He was completely offline on the way there, on the curves, massively unsettled him. Kicked it back across the track, but he did manage to hold on to it, and Bagas lives to fight another day. Although it was Bedemke that hits the curb, but Bagas certainly got a few more corners in 5th place. Bedemke won't be letting this one go anytime soon though. And the Chira double stint right on that inside grass there. 49 laps in, very comfortable lead over Voltec Rebecca for the Connection Lost Racing team in 2nd. Ulrich taking over for Verstappen, 3rd place at the moment, and closing in on Rebecca as well. Marginally quicker than Rebecca over the past few laps, so that gap is dropping there. Tavanari now with 5.6 seconds to make up to Ulrich. Bedemke still closing in on Bagas. Get some passenger seat cam there. Well, good rotation again. It is indeed. How are we doing, Leon? Lambo for the win. Yeah, SOP both got Nachira into the pits. Sorry, he's not double stinting. Is that his first pit stop? An hour and 18, that's not bad. So an hour and 18 minutes in. So yeah, they're going to get this done in a lot less pit stops than anyone else at that rate. Rebecca will close in, Ulrich, Tavanari, Bagas and Bedemke. Is that the correct livery, by the way, Leon? Oh, Bedemke sails it up the inside. And that is 5th place then for the FRL car. Good move there. Rebecca coming around the last corner. Oh, and the chair has only just been released. This is going to be close. I tell you what, Rebecca has had an absolute worldie of a stint, and the chair is just on the exit. Finds himself side by side with Messera in the Porsche on the exit, and Rebecca's into turn number 1 as well. So he has had a very good stint indeed. That gap. Sneak peek of the new ones. Ah, excellent. Obviously, I'll get top priority to see the new ones. And hopefully the 296 will be getting a wee Raven logo on there. Oh, Hladky. Just checking this gap then. It was about 5.5 seconds between Rebecca. And it's 3 seconds then. And it is Michelle Seglia that's taken over for Flat Out Sim Racing in the Mercedes. And Ulrich as well is closing right in. Very quick teams. And we've got Matthias Hladky, who's all over the back of Heathrow. These two very quick indeed. The Team Shizuka tumbling down the order towards the end of stint number 1. One can only assume. Tyres, Leon. My best guess is tyres. Because 3 or 4, maybe even 5 of the Ferraris suddenly started hammering positions around about the 40-minute mark. And based on what I've heard, both here and in other communities, a 40 to 45 minute tyre life, unless there's a... Wow, that is bad for them. It really is. Unless it's just something to do with the setups, unless there's a... But yeah, the tyre wear... Oh, what a move up the inside. Hladky really was pestering there. Heathrow knew that was just a matter of time, if we're all being honest with ourselves here. And that is 9th position for Hladky. So we'll certainly find out, Liam, when we get to the 1 hour 20 minute mark, if the Ferrari starts dropping pace. Because they pitted pretty much on the 40 minute. Oh, and they're making their way through traffic, and it is fun scenes then. And Rebecca's in the lead of the race. Rebecca is in the lead of the race. Oh, Seglia had a big run off track then. We've missed that there. He was going past the Porsche. He's run off track, and that has opened the door for Rebecca, to walk right on through. And I'll tell you what, Martin Ulrich in the background. All his Christmases have come at once, second and first directly ahead of him. Ilko Busink. How we doing, bud? What a race so far. Oh, and there's a Ferrari just coming out the pits as well. Incredible stuff. So there we go then. We've seen a couple of cars drop down the order. And again, first place, just having a bit of an off-track moment. And he now finds himself in 3rd position. Voltec Rebecca now leading with Seglia in 3rd place. So Connection Lost Racing now in first, Flat Out in 2nd, and Heart of Racing in 3rd place. Although there we go. Up the inside, the Mercedes really struggling for grip now. And he's certainly being pestered. That's a lot of pressure from the Aston Martin. Manure now onto the back of Bagas. Bagas recently overtaken by Bedemke. He's now got Manure in the Bentley. Applying some pressure there, and Hubert Bobber for the urban led team. He's on the back of Kozlowski at the moment. Let's get back up to 3rd place though, because Martin Ulrich really is looking to pile the woes. Really is looking to pile the woes onto the Mercedes. One-time race leader, 5 seconds was the lead going into the pits. 3 seconds was the lead coming out of the pits, and within 2 laps, he now finds himself in 3rd place. Rebecca is showing a fully clean pair of heels to the drivers behind. You can see barely a thought in his rear view mirror as they battle away for the final 2 podium positions. And that is one Luca Tavinari who just happens to have got himself into the slipstream. He is going to be absolutely flying now. This patch is awesome. The Porsche is so nice to drive now. Excellent. Oh, look how close these three are getting. Look at Tavanari. This is phenomenal pace that he's showing, hanging right on the back. Mercedes, Aston and Porsche. Three-way battle on manure as well. In fact, I think he's just got himself past Bagas. He has indeed. So let's get back onto this battle between these three. Oh, and there's Tavanari in the background once again, the Team Rookie Monsters car. All up in that rear view mirror then. Mercedes of Segway having to do some serious hardcore defending at the minute. Chen, in fact, as well, doing some work. Bagas looks like he's about to lose a position to Chen at the moment. The Team Shumi Skins, one of the fastest cars on the track. Down the order with the tyre rows. Leaves more than enough room. The Ferrari can't get it done on the inside. Bagas holds on to 7th position. It's still unbelievably close up at the front though. In fact, look how close that is. Ulrich there. Out with turn number 1, we've seen several overtakes into turn number 1, mostly up that inside line. So they've got the corner on the way into turn number 2. Good run again by the Aston Martin, really piling it onto the Mercedes. Has a look up the inside, not close enough to get it done. Into turn 2 as the Mercedes run himself a bit deep. Good rotation from the Aston Martin. He's got his nose ahead up that inside line, and it is Martin Ulrich then that gets Harter racing. Oh, and I tell you what, he's almost lost another position there as Segways. Look at Tavanari, comes from absolutely no place. I did say he would look for any opportunity he could to get it done, and he saw one almost presenting itself there. You can see into turn number 2, he can see the action unfold, takes a nice wide open to the corner, gets a good rotation on that inside apex. The Mercedes really was all at sea on that exit. The Aston blitzed in front of him, and Tavanari almost gets one done around the outside. Then the Mercedes just gets his nose back in front. Tavanari on that apex once again, and Seglia then, after that one slight mistake and off track, finds himself down from first into third position, and Bedemke's been given a drive-through. Actual head and hands moment there. Bedemke, the FRL Porsche, has had a phenomenal opening hour and a half, and he's just been given a drive-through penalty. I'm sure Marco Keddy will be as polite as ever, but we'll have some words. The man genuinely doesn't ever swear. It's a phenomenal testament to him. Not that swearing's good, don't swear. It's not big, it's not clever, and it means you didn't make the most of the educational opportunities afforded to you. So yeah, read the dictionary. Barmy Gamer, evening John and Sai. No Sai in the box this evening, this afternoon, or this morning, depending on what part of the world you're in. Hi Kane, if you're about. Although unlikely at this time. But yeah, no, there's Simon there. Simon is in the Lamborghini. Himself and Leon Seeley repping for SOP, currently in 8th position. He's got Matthias Ladke, the driver that took pole position, no less. The Ferrari tyre wear though. Yeah, if you're only getting 40 minutes, this could be the biggest turnaround in sim racing history if you're only getting 40 minutes out of the 45 minutes out of the Ferrari tyres. We'll have Fezzel looks to be hit worst with tyre wear. Here we go. Marcus Juzma. And thank you. Opening stint was decent, pushed a bit too much than planned, but tyre wear still was okay till the end. Right, okay. I heard a ding-a-ling there. Let me just confirm. Brezhik. Oh, and Artem Beklemeshev. Artem Beklemeshev, thank you for the follow. Scientist Monkey as well, thank you for the follow. Apologies. I didn't see the notification. I had the wrong piece of software open. And yeah, Breshik, Artem Beklemeshev. That's a cracking handle, by the way. And Silence Monkey, thank you all very much for the follow. Oh, look at this battle that's going on here then. Look at Tavanari, absolutely wants this position, and it looks like he might get this into turn at number 3. Up the inside, gets the rotation, doesn't get the exit the Mercedes does, but he's still got the inside line. The Mercedes holding on around the outside, but it's a Porsche that gets his nose in front. He's going to be on the outside for the next corner, and he sails his way in front then. Luca Tavanari up to 3rd position. Let's just jump back on and watch this battle again. Phenomenal driving by both drivers. BC, glad to be racing here again. It's been a lot. It's been too long. Indeed it has. Oh, look at the exit the Porsche gets. Did somebody say Porsche outgunned in a straight line? Not anymore. Look at Tavanari putting that rumour firmly to bed once and for all. Look at that. A clear nose in front into turn number 1. The Mercedes comes straight back at him in turn number 2. Holds the line beautifully. Look at the space these two have left for another. Round the outside for the Porsche. The Mercedes temporarily back in front, but look at Tavanari hanging right in there. Look at the rotation he gets. Beautiful exit. Almost loses the car on the exit there, giving the Mercedes a fighting chance, but it is the Porsche that finally gets the killer blow. Pops his nose in front just a little bit later on the brakes. And that is the rookie monsters up onto the podium. And while we're watching that replay, he's already given himself a 1 second gap of the car. He's just overtaken, so flat out sim racing, certainly seeming to suffer the same fate. That's Hladky in the gang suffered, only this was tyre wear. Team Shazoo, that's the one I was looking for. As we saw, their tyres drop off a cliff, a massive cliff, very suddenly. About 40 minutes into the race, another 4 or 5 Ferraris followed that form and fell down the order. Hladky making his way back through though, making the most of what grip he does have. But given that his teammate came in at 42 minutes, it's close to that amount of time he's been on track, so I'll be keeping a wither eye on his lap times to see if they suffer. Albi Alvarez came back at the pits in 9th, he's now in 11th, he's got Bademke ahead of him. Bademke, so unfortunate, a drive-through penalty for track limits after the overtaking that himself and especially Marco Kerry making up several positions in his opening stint. But it does mean that it's going to be interesting viewing for us as they make their way potentially back through the field once again. Definitely a top 5 team at the moment. Bagas has a car behind them. That is Blay in 19th position, looking at unlap himself, so that's not a potential overtake. Rebecca, 2.5 seconds ahead of Ulrich, who's 2.5 seconds ahead of Tavanari. Almost equilibrious gaps separating the podium protagonists. Michel Seglia, 1.9 seconds down the road. And I tell you, Albi Alvarez versus Hubert Bademke. This is going to be a phenomenal battle between these two. Two very quick, clean and consistent drivers. And at the moment, Alvarez looking to make some moves. Bober, in fact, on Kozlowski, still very much a thing. Dominic Steigenberger, the Porsche, out of the race, unfortunately. So we're down to 24 competitors. And let me just... Right, yeah, might need to slightly change something. Bear with me a second, because that logo isn't exactly visible. There we go. Just the little things. Racing. I need to get racing again. Really want to try out the Mazda prototypes on Race Room. Nice. Yeah, I do like a bit of racing, although this new tyre physics and things on here, especially in the contact. Oh, look at the battle we've got. Hopefully the contact physics won't be called into play here. Ah, drive through for Maxime Bullet in the Rookie Monsters Porsche. Track limit violations there. That's going to see Roger Dismukes for the ZDR team taking a position back. He's recently taken the wheel. Alvarez and Bedenke. I did say this could be a phenomenal battle, I'll tell you. These two battling for 10th position. That is quite the strength of field, but that's what you're talking about. Albi Alvarez in 11th place at the moment, well in that slipstream. The Porsches look phenomenal through the corners. Once again, like the Porsche always does, they've just given it a bit more straight line oomph at the top end. And that has certainly ailed the woes of the Porsche drivers and made them more than competitive. As we see the Porsche leaving the Lambo through the twisty stuff once again, and the Lambo doesn't have the advantage on the straight line. So this is going to be a great battle. There is Hladky. He's already got an overtake. Ah, that's the wrong button, and that just popped in my ears. Hopefully that didn't crack on stream for anyone. That's really loud. But this is Hladky that we're on board with then. This is to confirm his overtake up into 7th. Just blue flagging their way past one of the... something popped, wasn't too bad. Right, okay, you know, I thought I heard it earlier as well. It was actually really loud in my ears. So we'll have to open the monitoring software and we'll see if I can spot where that pop's coming from. Well, there's Hladky, sorry, so I've missed that completely then. I was just looking at the audio software, but yeah, very nice overtake there by Hladky. Not overly defended there by Bagas when you've got the fastest driver on the track. One of the fastest drivers on the track hunting you down, you genuinely better off just letting them go past and getting on with your own race. Hladky then up to 7th position. Leon getting shout outs in the chat. I'm rooting for Simon. He's doing well. He is enjoying it. I know he spent the vast majority. Oh, Hitrov getting the overtake done as well. There was that pop again. And the audio software is just completely... Let me just see. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. Okay, this says it can. Excellent. Yeah, it's one of those things, eh, Elgato. If it seems too good to be true, it probably is. Yep. Sorry, bear with me 2 seconds while I just try and get this working again. Okay, I think we should be up and running again now. Hopefully you can hear me and the overtakes just as we jump back on board. We're seeing a lot of action. Yes, we can. Phenomenal. Yeah, a bit of bumping going on there. That was Blay just being passed. Took a bit of contact there. Let's have a look up at the front. Rebecca is still leading the way, but Ulrich in second. Tavanari still in third. Ulrich keeping in touch with Rebecca. Seglia now down into fourth. 7.3 seconds down on the leaders. There is Bagas and Luke Croft. Croft just not long getting the overtake done. Did make a bit of contact on the way through. Patrick Den still 13th position, and it's David Russo that's out for the ZDR boys in the Ferrari. He's taking over a stint. Massera. Oh, Mitchell Hall is out as well, and it's Massera in 19th. For Revolution Sim Racing, just out the pits. He was involved in what looked like that contact there as well. So lots going on, and Hladky still in 7th position, but he is closing in on Chen ahead, almost a second a lap quicker over the last few laps, and Ulrich closing in now half a second behind the race leader. So another change in lead potentially on the cards. And Aston Martin looking to make it the third manufacturer in front. Verstappen handling the car in a very good position, and he's wasted no time in capitalising on that. Look at Tavanari as well, still in contention there in the background. His lap time 34.0 on that last one, so slowed down slightly with the blue flags. Sun absolutely blasting through the window. Love to see it. Simon Bagas comes in to take his pit stop. Almost at the halfway mark at the minute. Lucas struggling with tyres. Hard to keep the pace consistent, right? Okay. So, wow, there we go. Even the Porsche suffering a bit with the tyres. Hladky, at the minute, he is slightly down on his own pace, but it's still 32.8. So, the tyres do seem to be dropping off a bit for him. Certainly lasted longer than they have for his teammate. That is 15th ahead of him because Losky. So he will make his way through there very quickly. Up that inside line. Nicely done. And away he goes. Ulrich still within 8/10. Who we're getting back out in the car? It's Leon Seeley taking over for the number 100. And in fact, just check to see. I said Simon might jump into the commentary box. I'll jump in there just in case he's about. If I could find the commentary. Has anybody seen the SOP commentary box? There it is. Look at that. It's exactly where I left it. Incredible. Who'd have thunk it? But there we go. Simon might jump in. Say hello. We shall see. We shall see. He might have another stint to do as well. We are approaching the halfway mark. Of course, the drivers, zero stipulations on what they do in the pits. It is a 2-driver team event. Both drivers must do one stint each. That is all. There's no maximum or minimum stint timer or driver timer allowance. No mandatory requirements in the pits. Just get yourself to the end of the 4 hours as quickly as possible. Ulrich definitely looking the quicker of the two. Can he use the traffic to make his way up on to the top spot? Oh, the Porsche quickly getting out of the way. The Aston closes right in then. The Mercedes needs a good exit here. Oh, and that's Albi Alvarez with a drive-through for track limits. just on the halfway mark. And that is his teammate Seeley just ahead of him. Oh, Seeley back at the pits in 15th position. Still got a lot of pit stops to take. Up at the front, Ulrich. Oh, lagging way behind on that last corner then. That's given Rebecca the biggest gap he's had in the last 4 or 5 laps. We've still got 24 on track. Craig Townsend bringing up the rear at the minute. He's been in for a penalty as well. Dismukes for the ZDR Porsche, and Armand Petrovics for ZDR as well. De Roel for CLRT. 21st place at the minute. We saw Maxime Bullock come into the pits for a drive-through for track limits as well, running in 20th position. With Sierra in 19th place. The Porsche we saw just nipping off track. Oh, and in fact, Ulrich back to within 4/10 of a second. Let's make sure we don't miss any potential overtakes up at the front. So certainly through the middle part of the lap, the Aston Martin seems to be the quicker. Oh, and the fastest car on track. No, it's not. It's Heatrov. I thought it was Ladke, but it is Heatrov getting himself a drive-through for track limits. That is a lot so far. Only halfway in, and that's 4 or 5 cars so far got themselves penalties. It's a long time to go without picking up more. How many more are we going to see? Not to wish them on the drivers, but if we're seeing them this early, then potentially we're going to see a lot more, given how long we've got left. Bober comes in to the pits for the Urban-led Drieso Racing team. That Ferrari pitting. Hladky's still out on track. And I have to say his pace is suffering. 1:33.5 on that last lap. Which is a lot, is 2 seconds slower. I mean, it's still a decent pace compared to a lot of the field, but a lot slower than the 31.6 that he has posted. Stays out for another lap. Pace seems to be lower all over the board. Yeah, coming towards the end of the stints, it's definitely... Oh, wow, what a hold by Martin Ulrich there. Oh, got a lot closer than he planned on the exit. A little bit late on the accelerator, and the kick on oversteer. Manages to catch it comfortably though. And he's still chasing down Tavanari. 2.3 seconds down on this battle. And he's got Patrick Den, who's now up to 12th place for the Red Kings. Just behind him, that is Massera. Coming out of the pits in the drive-through cleared for Heatrov. We'll see how far off he is when he comes out the pits. Den in the unenviable position, trying to unlap himself against the race leaders while they battle and make their way through blue flag traffic. There's Tavanari in the background. Still very much lurking. And that turn one, I think that's where a lot of drivers are picking up these penalties. Oh, Tavanari, you hear the tyres just having a bit of a squeal there. But that race over the front, Martin Ulrich and Rebecca, a lot closer than 9/10 as the board suggests. 4 minutes to the halfway mark. We saw both the Mercedes and the Aston managed to get their stints around about the hour, if not longer. That certainly bodes well, given that we're hearing that the Porsche is struggling a bit. And the Ferrari definitely struggling a bit, although Hladky seems to be struggling less than Chen at the moment. He's within a second. A lot of lights flashing. That is not Chen ahead of him. That is in fact Russo. Yeah, so Hladky gap stretched ever so slightly back out again. Let's have a look at Ulrich. That last corner again, the Mercedes really has got that on point. And then through the middle sector, Ulrich closes in again. Got Rebecca. When he crosses the start-finish line, and Ulrich, you can audibly hear him go off the accelerator then to try and avoid a warning for track limit violations. Definitely running, the drivers definitely pushing their luck and the limits in turn number 1. And Ulrich backing right out with that one there, and that is going to back up to 9/10 of a second, and it's through the middle of the course that the Aston seems to have the drop on the Mercedes. This is not going to do his assault on the top spot any good. Hladky. There's Kozlowski into the pits. So Hladky's managed a lot longer. Oh no, sorry, he's not up there. The pace did drop for his teammate. He did stay out a fair amount of time. But the pace did suffer. Can he get a move done on Chen though? Before he comes into the pits. Shimmy Skins versus Shazoo. Oh, and it is Shimmy Skins there. Shu just having a bit of a sideways, bit of lateral motion there on the curves. That is a good run in the slipstream as well. Kozlowski is still in the pits. Hladky doing everything he can to try and get this position. Oh, pops one up the inside. Is he going to get the exit speed? It's Chen that hangs on to it. Keeps his nose in front. Oh, and the Ferrari sails it right up the inside. Beautiful manoeuvre there by Hladky then. Set that up 3 corners before it happened, and he reaped the rewards up to 6th position then. I did say with the pace, there were still contenders for the top 5. I had to pit way early. My wheel was set to 360 instead of 900. Oh, what? Tyres were ruined. No way. Busey, best of luck on the next stint. Fingers crossed. That pop in is getting really bad. Right, Alvarez. He's just got the overtake done on Crofts then, actually. Let's jump back on board and watch that one. Oh, that is into turn number 1 again. Both of them right out on the edge of the track limits. Much later on the break there for Alvarez. Does open out a bit on the corner. Exit. The Mercedes comes straight back at him on the inside line. The Lamborghini looks like he's going to be braver again on the brakes into turn number 4. Gets the rotation, gets the car in front, and that is Alvarez back up to 10th position then. Heatrov there in 9th place. Bedemke back up to 8th after that penalty. Still only half a second separating these top 2 then. That's the half-hour mark. That's why it was so slow. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, Simon. I'm having some fun with my Elgato, mate. I'm getting this weird popping sound in my ears, and I keep getting a warning that my software needs updated, but it's not. Well, it says it's updated when I open the updates. Goodness knows. But yes, I am still here. We'll crack on and see if we can get to the end. Bedemke in the Porsche then. Bang on the halfway mark. He's come in to take his pit. So too David Russo for the ZDR Porsche up to 14th position. Bedemke in from the top 10. Hladky. Oh, Meunier makes a Meneer makes a big mistake there, and that's going to open this one up to Ladke. He will not let this one go. Falls back into the slipstream, but you feel it's only a matter of a couple of corners before he gets this move done. The Bentley really riding that inside curve, losing a lot of momentum. The Ferrari's going to push this one right along side by side. Later on the brakes, gets a good rotation. The Bentley looking for the cutback too far on the inside, though couldn't get the grip he needed on exit. And that is another position for Hladky and the Team Shazoo car. So there you go. Any problems the Ferrari's having with tyre wear, Hladky certainly not seeming to be worrying with him. Martin Ulrich still pestering the race leader. Only 3/10 between them again through the middle of the lap. Meneer still on the back of Hladky then. Right, let's leave that running. Okay, sorry, still checking this audio. Martin Ulrich, still within half a second. We'll see as he crosses the line. 1.3 seconds. So again, that last corner, Rebecca in that Mercedes. That is where all the defensive effort is coming from, and it is working for him very well indeed. Luke Croft's coming to the pits from the WTF. It's a racing team. Right on 10th place, Patrick Den in as well for the Red Kings Motorsport. Hladky doing a great job getting himself away from Meneer. And you can see already up to 7/10 then. Are they still on for the race win with the pace they're showing? Could well be. Ulrich still within a second, but Rebecca's managed to make that one stick a bit better out that last corner. That 1.3, the biggest gap we've seen between these two in the last 15 or 20 laps. Both of them running beautifully up at the front. Rebecca holding all the aces in the track position at the moment. Ulrich so far, despite matching him lap for lap, hasn't quite been able to get close enough to get an overtake. Does get to within 3/10 through this middle section. But then the Mercedes in the last corner absolutely flies out. Let's see if Luke Croft's is Traction Dave back out, and Cameron Hunt out for the Red King. So two driver swaps between them. Seeley Shuri made his way through. Oh, and Den's picked up a penalty for track limits. Or Cameron Hunt, sorry, as soon as he come out the pit, so they must have been on. Right on the limit there. Oh, and it's a big tank slapper there as Ulrich comes into the pits, followed by Tavanari. Rebecca staying out in the Mercedes. We saw Seglia's car have an absolute monster first stint. Is Rebecca looking to match that? Ulrich and Tavanari in the pits. Seglia will be promoted back up to second. That's going to be Hladky back in contention. He's going to be running, in fact, he's going to be running in third. Yeah, so what a drive that is for Hladky. Back up to third. Meneer in the pits. He's already double stinted. Likely to hand the wheel over at this point. There's Ulrich leaving the pits. Tavanari won't be long behind, although we know that is going to be Ilko Busink taking over there. Christopher Streppen back at the wheel for the Aston Martin. As Langer's car unlaps himself, there is Tavanari out with the pits just behind Giannuzzi. Cameron Hunt comes in to take his drive-through penalty, gifted to him from his teammate. Albie Alvarez into the pits as well. He's come in from 9th. Manure is still in there, and look at Tavanari has handed the wheel over to Ilko Busink. Traction Dave and Leon Seeley reigniting their battle from the first stint. Then this time it's for 11th and 12th. Bumper to bumper that are at the moment. And yeah, this is going to be a good battle between the Mercedes and the Lambo after what was sought in stint one. Oh, look at that Mercedes on that inner sausage curb there. To be fair, you would expect that to be yellow. Why they've painted that massive inner sausage curb the same colour as the outer AstroTurf has always been a mystery to me. I don't understand why you wouldn't make that more visible. Matthias Ladke comes in, back up to third position for the Team Shizou. They're going to obviously drop down a few positions because of this pit stop, but definitely on a charge back through the field. We've got Lucas Lichten out for Team Iris then. So Manure has handed over the reins of the Bentley. And it is Marco Kerry who's retaken the helm for the FRL Racing Team. They too got themselves a drive-through penalty after a phenomenal stint and a half. So definitely contenders at this stage, I would say. Oh, there's a lot of teams that could be finishing in the top 5 here. It's very quick up at the front. Xu Chen. Ladke's still in the pits. And he's on his way back out then. Chen's through. Hitrov is through as well, of course. Busink will be as well. So we'll see. Oh yeah, Traction Dave still over the back of Leon Seeley, right on that inner curb again. Oh, there's another drive-through for Track Limits. It's Nicholas Urbantat for the Urban-led Dreso Racing Team there. Porsche going to get himself an extra trip into the pits for Track Limits. Oh, and it's a side-by-side. On the exit to the last corner, the Mercedes really is the car to have on that last corner. Again, look at the exit speed he's managing to get there. Pulls away from the Lamborghini comfortably, and that's Traction Day for the WTF Racing Team. Now back up to 10th position. Marco Kerry a fair chunk down the road. Ilko Busink, is Hitrov just come into the pits? He has indeed, so it's Busink. Back up to 5th position. Ladke is going to get that position as well, in fact, by the look of it. There is Rebecca and Segley making his way past traffic. That's what the proximity alert there was. Leon Seeley still hanging on the back of the Mercedes. Can he get a counter move done? The Mercedes really does look good on those corner exits. Hitrov still in the pits. Busink. Has he just got himself past Chen? He has indeed. So big gap between the two of them at this stage then. Oh, corner number 1 yet again causing problems for one of the drivers. And this time it is Xu Chen in the Ferrari. It looked like he had a bit of a wiggle and then lifted to avoid a reprimand from the in-game stewards. And that has given Busink a solid look there. He really has closed in the gap, wasted no time whatsoever. Found that inside line. Said thanks very much, went side by side. Oh, and there was a bit of contact between the two of them on the inside as Busink was looking to complete the corner. So at this stage it is still the Ferrari that's holding that position. The Porsche much later on the brakes. The Ferrari, well, to be fair, that did look like he let him back through. Perhaps redressing the position, or perhaps just running a bit deep. The Ferrari hasn't been the best of the tyre wear, although he is just back out. And there is another drive-through penalty, and it is and Maxime Bullet has picked up a drive-through for track limit violations. Seglia in 2nd position has just picked up his first drive-through for track limits, and he is straight in to serve that. Christoph Verstappen is going to be re-promoted. Oh, now this is going to be close actually. Is Verstappen going to get back into 2nd? He's got a big run and a pit stop in hand. Doesn't want to hit. Oh, don't be hitting too many of those curbs. Seglia making his way through the pit stop. He has made it to the end. And he has been released. Seglia, Verstappen, sorry, just coming through the last corner. Well, Leon Seeley, that's of course just getting out of the way for Seeley to make his way through. Bullock comes into the pits to serve her pit stop drive-through penalty. Seeley with a Mercedes behind him. Is that Seglia? It is indeed. Seglia in second. He's dropped back down track position wise after that penalty. Seeley still looking quick. He's going to pick up the pace ever so slightly. There's Rebecca, race leader, coming into the pits, and he's going to have a big advantage still over Seglia, given Seglia had to take that drive through, and that is going to be all that separates him. Although Seglia, in saying that, he is roughly where Verstappen was when he came into the pits to serve his penalty, and Rebecca does have a stop. So that's him stationary. There is Seglia just coming into the final couple of corners. And this is going to be very close between these two on this corner exit as we're looking at this. He's already out the last corner. And Seglia has taken the lead of the race. The drive-through penalties. Fun times, Rebecca. It's still stationary, in fact, and that is Verstappen through as well. Well, so Rebecca then down to third. Ilko Busing, in fact, is going to get third position. Beautiful lap. Scary guy for you. Hey, 9K from the UK. How we doing? Everybody joining in. Good to see you all. Just unwrapping the sandwiches. Welcome in, welcome in. 4 hours of Valencia with no stipulations on pit stops, so it's completely up to the drivers what they do when they take their stops. And there's Xu Chen coming in to take his pit stop. Hladky then is going to get himself back up to 5th position. What a drive they've had. Brescia as well closing in on Busink. An hour and 46 minutes left to go. I don't think I'd be able to do so. Oh yeah, no, it was 2-man teams. It was a 2-man event, yeah. Right, I need a quick pit stop myself. Bear me a second. Oh, 9K, you should have said, but definitely could have found somebody, surely. But yeah, while I was away there, More track limit violations. This time it is Zach Duran then. Stop go 30 seconds, surely for speeding in the pit lane. 2 laps down, so Duran back out on track in 12th place. They were on an absolute charge back through the field. And yeah, that stop go 30 second, that's going to see them drop a lot of places down. Brazier in the Mercedes, that has definitely been the meta car here today, I would say. They've had a nice long stint. Seglia leading the way at the minute. Brazier all over the back of Busing in the Porsche, really is putting some pressure on. He's right in that slipstream. Oh, bit of a lock up. That is something I definitely noticed. Mazzana at the end of Corvone. You jam on the brakes in the Ferrari these days and you are in for a shock. I mean a shock. But yeah, some of the drivers are certainly getting to grips with that won't be helping the tyre wear, that for sure. And I think we've... Oh, that was the wrong button. But I think we have just seen a lead change potentially. Verstappen versus Seglia. Oh, and look how much later he's got on the brakes here. Gets a good line there. Almost makes contact. Extra jam on the brakes. Oh, new baby in the house. Oh, congrats. How old is the little one? What name of... Oh, it's a whole lot of sideways for both of them in the Mercedes. Lost out the most of it. It did look like the Aston lost it on entrance. It was the exit for the Mercedes that caused the problems, and that was the lead of the race lost for Seglia. So it's Heart of Racing's Aston Martin and Christoph Verstappen, who's now in the lead. And Brazier, we're about to see another overtake by a Mercedes. Or, sorry, no, that was the Aston on the Mercedes. This is Mercedes on a Porsche now. Brazier all over the back of Busink. Duran with that penalty still to serve, and Roger has just made himself up a position at the expense of Hall. That is Marco Keddy in 7th place now. So after the pit stops have ironed themselves out, Keddy and the FRL team back up to 7th position. Brazier versus Busink is where it is at the moment. That is the driver. That is the passenger seat that we're looking for. And that, no name yet and just under a week old. It's not an easy thing deciding names, is it? I got off the hook with that one. Thanks to family tradition, if it was a boy, he would have been called John, and if it's a girl, then the mum names. So mum picked the name for my daughter, so yeah, I got off the hook with that one. But I'm sure whatever you pick will be absolutely spot on. Let's see if this Mercedes has got the running out of the last corner. We're going to make it go into turn number 1. The track limits here have certainly been tested by the drivers. There is Duran coming in to take his stop, go 30-second penalty. Onto the apex beautifully for Brazier. Really is letting Busink know that he's up for this overtake down through the S's. Tight right hander. The Mercedes will be looking to use that exit speed here if he can. On the exit. Oh, the Porsche guiding his way through beautifully. Oh, it's your sisters. Right, okay. Got you. Still, these two are battling. Brazier. Exact gaps, equilibrium, some might say, between Verstappen, Seglia and Busink. 4.7 seconds, although Verstappen stretching that out again. 5.6 seconds now that he's got himself in the lead, so he really has not looked back since getting that overtake done. It is all about the race leaders at the moment. Nick Langer is back out on track. He's 24th position. Giannuzzi still running for CLRT in 23rd. Roger Desmux for ZDR in 22nd. Roman Petrovic in 21st place. So Maxime Bullitt just ahead of him in 20th for Team Rookie Monster. Urban Tat is out for the Urban-led Reso Racing team. And then it is Andreas Ocotto for the urban lead as well. There is Imre Horvath for Revolution Sim Racing, Mitchell Hall, for Divided. Then there's Nate Rogers and Zach Duran back out in 14th position. That is a fair point, well made, Mr. 9K. Zach Duran, as I say, down in 14th. Johnston in 13th ahead of him. Cameron Hunt back out after that penalty, 12th position. Juzma is in 11th, not far behind his fellow Lambo driving teammate Leon Seeley. 10th place. Traction Dave getting that overtake done, has given himself a great run now that he's gotten himself ahead. A clear 2-second gap. Dolga Payatov in 8th place. Marco Kerries we saw in 7th. It is Lucas Lichten for the Team Iris Bentley. 6th place. Matthias Hladke back out on track. So that was a fairly short stint then for his teammate. Hladke back out after that penalty. Busink in 4th place. Oh, so he did lose out too. Oh yeah, I already did see that. Seglia in 2nd. And yeah, Verstappen absolutely flying there up at the front of the field. With a good gap. 2/3 of the way into the race. There's Langer bringing up the rear at the moment. But yeah, that's 2/3 of the way in. And yeah, it's anybody's guess as to what's going to happen and who's going to win. We've seen cars with a fairly healthy lead, and track limits seem to be the biggest undoing factor, either breaching them or off into the sand here in turn number 5. Certainly seems to be the undoing. This is Brescia now on the podium, and he is chasing down Seglia ahead of him. In fact, that is a close battle there. Ilko Busink right involved. Let's get a look. And that is Seglia then, who's lost something, someplace, because he's lost 2 positions. So let's hear what happens. Let's see what happens to Seglia then. 2nd place, and suddenly now finds himself down into 4th. Yeah, the Mercedes of Brescia definitely looking quicker of the two, but that is a serious and sudden drop off in pace. Runs wide on the exit to turn number 1. Another car running the limits there. Beautifully up the inside then. Very little battle there from Seglia, and the Porsche comfortably, not quite comfortably following through. Still a bit of a battle. He's not quite ahead now, but there he goes. Around the outside. And yeah, Seglia then now down into 4th position with Hladke closing in that gap as well. So all change once again on the podium. Busink and the Rookie Monsters back up to 3rd. Connection Lost Racing in 2nd place. Christopher Streppen still leading the way then. Busink contender for 2nd place with an hour and a half left to go potentially. Zach Duran, since he's got back out, he is looking to make his way back up as many positions as he can, no doubt. Later on the break, gets that one done on Johnson, back up to 13th place then for the Team Schumi Skins driver. Certainly an up and down race for them today. But a lot of running in that Ferrari. So plenty of tyre data, if nothing else, even if it's more than likely not the type of reading that the Ferrari drivers were hoping for. The tyres definitely struggling. Ilko Busink, now that he's behind Brescia then, 3rd place he is in. Got about a 2nd gap, so Brescia and the Aston again. Out of that last corner, the Aston is an absolute monster. And it's a lot of the time it's where it's getting the job done or maintaining the positions that they've got themselves. Oh, and that is Maxime Bullet. Looking to unlap herself against Johnston. A little bit of contact there. Johnson still battling slightly with Duran. Although he's clearly ahead now. So yeah, definitely more than 4/10 between those two at the minute. Langer, a couple of trips into the pits for penalties, sees him running 24th place still. But he's got a good pace compared to the drivers just ahead of him, so potential overtakes there on the cards. Still plenty on track time to go. 10 seconds now separating the top two. So Verstappen only took the lead, what, 4 laps ago, maybe 5 laps ago? Already got a 10-second lead. Oh, Zach Duran. What is going on with Team Schumi Skins today? Another drive-through for track limits. He's only just been in the pits for... Oh, that was the speed in the pit lane. Or was it? No pit wall live for this event, so not 100% sure. But yeah, that is another penalty, another trip into the pits. That's going to be another hatful of positions lost. For Zach Duran in the Ferrari. Busink doing his best to keep up Brescia in that monster Mercedes, but 1.3 seconds is now the gap he finds himself having to overturn. So yeah, Brescia 32.1 compared to 32.5. So Busink slightly off the pace of that Mercedes ahead of him. Brescia now with a 10-second gap to overturn to Verstappen ahead. And he is marginally quicker than Verstappen. Oh, that's just confirmation. Zach Duran's still got to come in and serve that penalty. 2 laps left to do that. Maxime Bullet comes into the pits. That'll be for fuel and tyres, I'd imagine. No penalty on this trip in. It'll be interesting to see when Duran, he's got to, you would think he would just come in and get that served straight away, because he is pulling a gap on Rogers and Hall behind him, and Johnson as well, sorry. So he's definitely pulling a gap there. So too Brescia, looking at the boards. Yeah, just over half a second quicker than Busink on that last lap, and that's reflected in the gap there. Dokopayatov, he's catching back up to Marco Keddy then. Keddy, phenomenal opening stint he had, made up several places. Unfortunately, between him and his teammate, they picked up a trip into the pits courtesy of the stewards. Back up to 7th position though, Dokopayatov. Looking to take that 7th if he can. Hall into the pits as well. So that'll be for tyres and fuel as well, no doubt. It's Alex Skinner takes over from Hall. No, he doesn't. He takes over from Bullet. I apologise. Hall is into the pits, Mitchell Hall. We'll see if he makes his way back out, or if he hands over the reins. Duran will be in on this lap to serve his penalty. He'll get himself a big... In fact, he'll get disqualified from the race. So yeah, he will definitely be in on this one. Traction Dave putting in some good laps. Not quite as quick through this phase of the race as Leon Seeley, hence the gap closing in there. The Mercedes using all its last corner luck to stay in front at the moment. Matthew Miziak taking over for Mitchell Hall then. In the Ferrari, 19th they currently are. An hour and a half, so they'll definitely be back into the pits before the end of the race. Is Driscoll and Melson racing? No. I would... No, that's not names I've come across so far. Did they have a... Oh no, they can't have a 13 member because it's 2-man teams. So no, that is not a driver... Not drivers that was racing in this one, Gray. There might be... I'm sure we're 27 registered and 27 registered and 25 start. So they may have not been able to make the race. Leon Seeley still within 7/10 then of Traction Dave. So far, as I was saying, the Mercedes definitely capable of pulling the longer stints of what we've seen in the cars on track. So yeah, I'm sure Seeley would like to get an overtake done. Definitely got his work out for him though. Dave, no slouch. There is Duran in to serve his penalty. Where is he going to come back out? Behind Nate Rogers. So yeah, he's going to come back at 15th position. Let's jump back on board with Leon. He's getting close. 2.4 now. Seglia into the pits. Now. An hour and 28 minutes left to go. Is the Mercedes going to be able to do an hour and 25? Is this the last pit stop for the Flathouse Sim Racing team? It could well be. They could push that potentially. I don't think we're going to see Ferraris doing an hour and 28 minutes, that's for sure. The Mercedes potentially though. Lucas Lichten comes through for the Bentley. Marco Keddy is going to take a position here as well as Dogo Payatov just makes his way past one of the back markers. Leon is still pestering Traction Dave. Seglia is still stationary in the pits. Lichten already through. There goes Keddy. And he's still stationary. There was Ferraris through of Dogo Payatov as well. Leon Seeley rounding the last corner. With Traction Dave just ahead of him. And there we can see Seglia now moving. It's Mattia Nachira, the driver that led the way. Started in 3rd place and was leading the race effectively by the exit of turn number 1. Such was the jump. Well, not so much, it wasn't a jump start, he just got an incredible start versus the 2 Ferraris that were on the front row. And yeah, solid opening stint. Penalties and mistakes, I've seen them dropping down the order. Currently in 8th, but that Mercedes could well go to the end now. As opposed to the Ferraris, absolutely no chance. Back on board with Leon. These two the closest on track at the moment. The battle for 8th place. And they've got, that's not Dogo Payatov just ahead of them. They've still got a bit of a gap to catch up. That is Dismukes. It's either Dismukes or Roger. It's one of the two. Yeah, it's Roger, sorry, my apologies. It is Roger in 14th. Ooh, we nearly closed the door on the Mercedes then, out at the last corner once again. We see the Mercedes just increasing that gap. And that is effectively the defensive work done for another lap for Traction Dave. The Lambo's going to spend the whole lap trying to catch back up just so the Mercedes can leave him standing on the exit to turn number, to the final corner. Once again, in through the first 2 turns. Leon getting very close here, just missing that apex. The Mercedes is going to get a slightly better exit. And that is going to work for him down through the S's into this next tight right-hander. Heavy on the brakes, right on that inside apex. Both of them. Lamborghini right on that line as well. This corner here, a lot like the corner at Imola. Just slightly less elevation on exit. Seeley, he's still hanging on for pace. And it's all about the last corner once again, although through the middle sector it's the Lambo that seems to have slightly the upper hand at the moment. Right round on that curve. And yeah, another lap nicely done for Traction Dave. Trying to work out if it's the penultimate corner that causes the issue, the run down there, but no, last corner again. Look at the Mercedes. Absolutely gone. No answer from the Lambo there at all. Gets to within half a second again. And it's another lap well defended from Traction Dave. Going to be a cracking race between these two if they keep this pace up. We've still got an hour and 24 minutes left to go, of course. So we'll see who can do what. Verstappen still leading the way. He's got a bit of traffic to make his way through. Brazier still in second. Ilko Busink in that third place still. Matthias Hladky for the Team Shizou car. Back up to fourth position. They have actually set a faster lap. He's done a quicker. He was previously clocked doing a 131.600. He's just done a 31.322. So he's found another third of a second. So when the grip is good in the Ferrari, it is good. But once it's gone, it's gone. It is out of there. It is walking out the door, and it is definitely not looking back again. So can he get as many laps under his belt while he's got that good grip, as many quick laps to close in, potentially get them back on to that podium. 18 seconds though he's going to have to find, and at the moment, yeah, there's only about half a second or so between the pace of him and Ilko Busink. Half a second difference, and we'll just get confirmation of the gap between those two. $18 seconds, so theoretically 36 laps. Which is about a third of the distance that we've run already. So he does have enough time left if he can keep popping in these laps. What is that, a 32.3? Yeah, again, half a second quicker. Brazier. Oh, drive through for track limits. Leon Seeley in the Lamborghini. And he's got Matthias Nachira just behind him as well. Drive through there for car 100. The penalties really are getting spread evenly across the field and fairly thickly as well. Leon and another driver falling foul on them, and that is going to be a free position then for Nachira. Although we're going to come to the last corner, the Mercedes will no doubt absolutely annihilate them for acceleration out of a aforementioned last corner. Leon sensibly popping in straight away to get that drive through. Nachira up to 9th position. It was definitely looking on the cards anyway, but Juzma, Seeley's teammate, exiting the last corner. So he's going to take a position. Cameron Hunt just coming through the end. Oh, sorry, he's right in the middle of the lap actually. So Seeley shouldn't lose that position, so it will just be his teammate Juzma up to 10th position. That's Leon on his exit. And that was a big jump across the line there. He didn't get a penalty though, so no repeat trips into the pits. Try and say retreat and trip is one word, retrip. There we go, I've just shortened that. Creating words every day. Verstappen creating himself a nice cushion up at the front. 9.4 seconds, so that gap has actually dropped a bit. Brazier, half a second to lap up. Lucas Lichten just down on time. Hladky, again 6/10 up on Busink. 17.6 seconds, so that is dropping about half a second a lap then. It's going to be a while though. 30. So 36 laps, we've got 2 under our belt, 34 left, about a minute and a half a lap, so it's about 45 minutes. So still got a bit of time to put in. 17.3, the gap just dropping ever so slightly again. Nachira now caught up to Traction Dave. His lap's more than comparable with the drivers up at the top. Hladky and Brescia, 32.3, 32.2, and a 32.4 for Nachira. Means he is easily one of the quickest on the track at the minute. And he has got Traction Dave just ahead of him. Marcus Jusman, the next driver, down on him in the Lamborghini. That is a lapped Ferrari just behind. Oh, getting very close indeed there. Does Nachira to Traction Dave, avoids the contact. Making their way through some more traffic. That is our man Petrovic. Still not much separating these two. Let's jump onto the bonnet. There we go. In fact, let's go helmet cam because we can't get his livery. So Nachira at the minute then, out of the last corner, is Mercedes versus Mercedes. Traction Dave pulling over. Doesn't want any piece of this battle. Again, if you're at this stage of a race and the driver that took pole position has consistently been one of the quickest drivers on the tracks comes up behind you, often best just to let them go through. Let them run their own race. You continue to run your own race. I mean, how long realistically are you going to defend against the quickest driver on track? Probably not too long. Although, in saying that, Matthias Hladky is actually the quickest driver on track. He has the purple lap with a 31.3. Nachira at the moment, their car, the quickest lap they've done is in fact a 32.2. So not quite into the 31s. Cameron Hunt has been in the 31s, the only car outside the top 10. In fact, the only car outside the top 4 that's clocked a 1 minute 31 on the Deltas. So the Red Kings car definitely quick. 31.7, 5th quickest lap so far. In fact, it's the 2nd quickest lap so far. I do apologise. Hladky with a 31.3. Then it's Cameron Hunt with a 31.7. Then Ilko Busink, Philip Brescia, and Christopher Streppen all with 31.9s. So yeah, at the moment it is in fact Cameron Hunt who is the 2nd quickest car on track for the Red Kings Motorsport, and Matthias Hladky the quickest, quite unsurprisingly, unbelievably. As I was saying, yeah, 1 minute 31.9 is the quickest lap for Streppen, Brescia, and Ilko Busink. So it just goes to show you how close the pace of those drivers are. Hladky is still gaining that half a second a lap. And it is almost bang on half a second a lap, lap after lap after lap. Ilko goes quicker, Hladky goes that little bit quicker again. The gap now down to 16 seconds. 15.7. Yeah, incredibly quick then. Dolka Payatov as well, 3 seconds off of Marco Keddy. And Keddy himself, Lucas Lichten ahead of him. He is a lot quicker than Lichten at the moment. So that is definitely going to close in as well. Zach Duran. Last time he was in the pits it was for a penalty. Passes the pit entrance this time. As we can see, our man Petrovic's coming into the pits. We can see on track Zach Duran looking to get himself back up to 14th position. It's Rogers just ahead of him. Oh, and that is wide in turn number 1. Really can't be using that much of the corner exit. That's definitely a warning from the stewards. Hour and 14 to go, and the way the penalties have been handed out, I definitely would not be pushing my luck through turn 1. You certainly lose a lot more than you're going to gain. Duran looking to gain this position still though on Roger. Only 3 tenths separating them, both of them of course in that Ferrari. Nose to tail. Having a little bit of a wiggle there. Opens up the corner, looks for the inside line. Another good exit there for Duran. Roger definitely hanging in there the best he can. You can see that inner green sausage right on that left-hand curve again. The drivers really do like to get over onto that. A lot easier since the physics have been fixed. Oh, plants it on the inside. He's going to be right under his rear spoiler there as they exit the last corner into turn number 1. It's going to be... Now look up the inside surely for Zach Duran. Let's have a look at the helicopter. No, it's not. The two Ferraris matched for pace in a straight line despite Duran being in the slipstream. Takes it a lot easier into turn number 1. Signals his intent into turn number 2. And that is in fact Ilko. Oh, and look at that manoeuvre there. Very late on the break. Oh, and there's Ilko Busink blue flag into his way through as well. So Zach Duran and Ilko Busink for the Rookie Monsters right next to one another on track. Only there's a lap and 11 positions, sorry, separating them. It just goes to show you what a cruel mistress sim racing can be. Duran in the Ferrari has third place Busink just behind him. Busink getting very close. You can see the difference in the braking abilities of the two cars. Especially with this new tyre physics, the Ferrari's not seemingly enjoying it. Oh, and there is a drive-through for track limits. Oh, it's Brescia. I was looking down the order. It's Brescia in second place. Brescia in second place has just been given a drive-through penalty. Ilko Busink has just been promoted to second place, and Matthias Hladky is going to take third. Brescia comes straight in to serve that penalty. Busink already out of the last corner, and Matthias Hladky is on his way in and out of the last corner. That is the pit entrance. He is passing now. Brescia, a pedestrian there is Hladky. There he goes. Flies past into turn number 1. The Team Shizou car back on the podium. What a drive so far by them. Marco Kenny up to 6th position. He got a lot of overtakes done in his first stint. He's looking to replicate that in his second. That is Lichten. I did say he was closing in about half a second a lap, up to a second over the last couple of laps, and he really is applying the pressure to the Bentley. Shows him the outside, takes the inside line, and that is comfortably done there for Marco Keddy. Yeah, that was my knee. So it's Marco Keddy then up into 5th position at turn number 1. Does the Bentley have anything back on the brakes? No, the Porsche straight through there. Again, right out on that exit green there. Really do need to be careful, drivers. There is positions being thrown away currently. Brescia has managed to soften the blow slightly. He's back out in 4th position, but it's Hladky who is ahead of him. Hladky trying to close in on Busink. Busink now 16 seconds off the lead of the race. Phenomenal drive by the Rookie Monsters. There is Verstappen. He is just about to lap Traction Dave. Ooh, Traction Dave almost losing the back end of the car there through the middle of the corner. Does manage to gather up. That Aston Martin should sail this one neatly up the inside as Lucas Lichten. Still trying to close, still trying to keep touch with Keddy. Oh, and that was a big moment there for Skinner on the corner exit. The Porsche really not happy. And that is or Chota, I believe, that's just made his way through. No. Oh, and there is Skinner out of the last corner, picks up a drive-through for track limit violations. So that is another trip into the pits for the Team Rookie Monsters car. Dolgopayatov. Ah, that's the Ferrari that we saw. So it's Dolgopayatov. He's closed right up on Lichten. So Lichten not long been overtaken by Keddy. Drive-through cleared for Skinner. Dolgopayatov, as I mentioned, he is closed comfortably on at the back of Lichten. Lichten not long overtaken by Keddy. And it looks like Maxim Dolgopayatov is looking to do the same thing. And there's that random popping sound again. Again, hopefully that popping sound isn't coming through too badly on the stream. I will be shooting a Elgato executive after this one. Oh, Dolgopayatov really pushing through those corners onto the curb in. Again, that curb there, the drivers really do like to get their car right over the centre of that one. Not always the best idea by the look of it. Dolgopayatov lives to lap another day. And Lichten holds on to 6th position. Busek 16.8 down. Hladky at the moment is just on a 32.5 compared to Busek's 33.1. So again, half a second separating those lap times. 13.6 seconds now is the gap between those two. Braciner finds himself 5 seconds down, and look how much quicker Dolgopayatov is through the middle of the corner. Looking for the exit there. Surely only a matter of time before he makes this one stick. The Bentley certainly wide enough to defend. But the Ferrari, beautiful apex again there from the Ferrari into turn number 1. The track, oh no, that's not turn number 1, sorry, that's turns 9 through to 10. They do seem very similar. Oh, the Ferrari sees a potential opening up the inside there. The Bentley says, nope, I'm going to keep my foot planted. Hangs on to that position still. Dolgopayatov looking for any opening that he can. That is Giannuzzi. They're just making their way past. So we're coming towards the final corner. We've seen how masterful the Mercedes has been around here. Is it going to be the Ferrari or is it going to be the Bentley that's got the position at turn number 1 into the last corner? Oh, the Ferrari, bit sendy potentially, but he has got his nose in front. Definitely a bit of contact there. Dolgopayatov now going to come under defence. He's going to have to get himself into defensive mode as the Bentley comes straight back at him then. So a little bit of contact there. Dolgopayatov definitely the quicker of the two. He did get that done. I thought it would be into turn number 1, but he got it done in the last corner. Lichten now with the Chira. The driver closing in the Chira, I can tell you, is definitely closing in on the battle ahead. Busek got 17 seconds to make up to the race leader. Verstappen absolutely flying. Hladky though. What's happened there? Yes, so Hladky, I was about to say, he's got the gap down to 13 seconds, but we jumped on board just in time to see him stationary on the start-finish line. So we watch the replay with a look of confusion to see what happens. He really is right out on those curbs as well. Okay, so that's the curb that we've seen a lot of drivers fall foul of, not to be. For Hladky, into the last corner. Okay, so he came off the accelerator, he geared down, and he used the brake pedal to slow the car. So there was no contact, no off tracks. That was a deliberate... Yeah, hopefully everything's okay. I don't have potentially a technical issue. I had a friend of mine that used to race, and every now and again he'd be racing and his monitor would go into sleep mode for some reason. I wonder if his screen's just switched over. That's really bizarre, but Matthias Hladky was absolutely flying. Now back down into 4th position as Beresia has made his way through. Hladky now 5 seconds to make up to Beresia. And then 17 seconds to make up to Busank. Yeah, nice little gift there for Busank ahead. Armand Petrovic, another drive-through. We see being collected here by the drivers. It's Petrovic this time. He has got Marcus Juzma just ahead of him. Nick Langer is back into the pits. Chris Rye still out. Petrovic with that drive-through. Giannuzzi just ahead of him. Alex Skinner in the pits. For that drive-through, but no longer in the race, unfortunately. And Nachira is there. He's closed still on Lucas Lichten. Oh, sorry, yeah, that was Dolga Pyatov. So Lucas Lichten now looking to get one over on the Bentley. Yeah, so Nachira, definitely one of the quick ones. Well, that's Petrovic into the pits to take his drive through. Oh, he's getting very close indeed. Drive through cleared for Petrovic. Giannuzzi comes into the pits. Potentially his last pit stop. This one looking likely to be an overtake pretty soon as we see the Mercedes positioned up the inside. The Bentley not much defending there as the Mercedes cruisers on the Chira back up then to 7th position. Although the Bentley right in the slipstream, the Mercedes has kept the inside line. The Bentley's going to try and go around the outside of turn number 1. Oh, and there's a bit of contact on the turning there. The Mercedes didn't have much more room on that inside line then. On the inside line there. Just a little bit of a touch. But that is Nachira back up to 7th position. That is Langer just ahead of him, so that's not another points paying position. It's Dolga Pyatov, who is the next driver up the road to Nachira. 3.5 seconds he is up the road. And Leon Seeley coming into the pits. It's all going on. There is Seeley in. That'll be the last pit stop for them, you would imagine, with an hour to go. Turner Johnston is into the pits as well. So again, you would expect that to be the last pit stop, although the way the track limits are going, anything is possible at the minute. But that is Verstappen. So yeah, 59 minutes left to go. We know that most of the cars are going to be coming into the pits to get themselves more tyres and fuel. It just depends how long they want their last stint to run for at this stage. It's Seeley, it's Simon Baggis who's taken over from Leon. So he's back out for his second stint. That'll update on the timing tower very shortly. Christopher Streppin, fairly consistent at the moment. The high 32s, lapping at pretty much the same time as Busink. Brescia, slightly quicker as well. Jusma, the other SOP car coming at the pits as well. So yeah, Albi Alvarez should be coming back out. It does look like the SOP drivers are sharing the stints. To each. Liam Kozlowski. Oh, okay, no, that is Traction Dave. Oh, no, it's not. It is Traction Dave's car. Oh, yeah, sorry, it is Traction Dave in 9th position. There he is there. Yeah, go on, Simon. Where is he? There he is. 12th place at the moment, but he does definitely have cars ahead of him. Still to take their pits, their final pit stops. So Chota in. Oh, the car re-raised there. Hopefully hit his mark okay. In 19th place. So yeah, so until this next lot of pit stops irons their way through, it's pretty spread out between the whole field at the moment. Ladke will certainly be looking to regather his pace after whatever it was that slowed them down. Just came to almost completely stationary. Right on the start-finish line, so not 100% sure what went on there. Hopefully everything's okay. He is back out lapping. 7.2 down now on Brescia as Keddy comes in to the pits. This will be his final pit stop. 5th place he was. Dolga Payetov is going to make his way through. He stayed out. Horvath in as well. And there's Verstappen in from the lead of the race, and he's followed in by Lucas Lichten as well. So yeah, with 56 minutes to go, it's a lot of cars coming in. Horvath's in as well. The pit stop full of cars and engineers. Thankfully, no photographers or fans. Dolga Payetov, he's going to be promoted a couple of positions then until he takes his pit stop. Carrying that down to 7th. Traction Dave is not long past the pits actually, so he's staying out for a bit longer as well. There's Horvath dropping down the order. Roger in the pits. Chota in the pits still. Verstappen in from the lead. Busink is now the on-track leader. Definitely number one priority for the drivers at the moment is, yeah, keep those laps nice and clean. Oh. Well, there you go. Top priority, keep the laps nice and clean and avoid track limit penalties, which will lead to drive-through penalties, is the statement I was about to make. Our one-time, long-time race leader, Martin Ulrich, has picked up a penalty. So between himself and Verstappen, 4 times they violated the track limits. Ulrich was the final straw, and that is going to be a drive-through. So that's an extra tip into pit they definitely were not banking on. What it does mean though is that Ilko Busink at the minute potentially in the lead of the race. Mattia Nachira Oh yeah, he is a fair bit down on Ulrich, in fact. Yeah, so with all that going on then, it is Team Rookie Monsters who are on track leaders. And they should even remain that way after the pit stops. The penalties being handed out really have brought some of these teams to their knees. Ochoa's still in the pits, and Ulrich is going to have a leisurely cruise past them. That drive-through penalty. Dolgopayatov out of the last corner. Is he going to come into the pits though? No, he is not. There's Nachira just behind him. And that is Ulrich just been released into turn number 1. Dolgopayatov right behind him then. So this has really put Ulrich right in the middle of a dogfight. Traction Dave comes in. That'll be the final pit stop for his car. Urban Tat in as well. All the pit stops being taken at the moment. Brazia 14 down on Buyusink. These two still got to take their pits. Dolgopayatov applying all the pressure to Ulrich at the moment. A lot of drive-thrus today. Marcus, you ain't wrong. Yeah, preach for me, brother. The track limits. And it's funny too, we did a race at Circuit of the Americas, and we're talking about how Kota, the track limits were pretty ruthless. Valencia fancies taking that title clearly. And Dolgopayatov really is making the most of this. I believe he still has a pit stop to take. And even if he doesn't, it means he's going to be in pretty ropey waters come the end of this stint if he's still got another 52 minutes to do. On top of how long he has been out with a bit too much curve on the exit, and Aston will stretch that gap. Valencia is so strict on limits, it's hilarious. I mean, it definitely is for us. I'm not sure the drivers are laughing though. Yeah, a lot of them. I mean, that is podium positions that have absolutely been lost in this race so far because of those penalties. Luke Croft, I'm sure, will testify. The WTF racing team, they've been into the pits far too many times for their liking, I'd imagine. Currently in 10th, but they are on the back of Lucas Lichten's Bentley. So they could see themselves back up to 9th. Dolgopayatov still chasing down Ulrich then. 4th place up for grabs. Oh, and that is a bit deep there. Ladke in for his final pit stop. In he comes. There's Dolgopayatov still chasing, and there is Nachira joining in as well. On board with Nachira then, he can see this battle ahead. And they are going to get themselves ahead of Ladke, I believe. Yep, out the last corner, and Ladke is still stationary. There is Ulrich, Dolgopayatov and Nachira all making their way through. Bedemke a bit further back though. That penalty is certainly not helping their cause. They're already through, and Ladke has handed the wheel to Wojtek Dvorak. He's going to come back out in 6th position. With 49 minutes left to work his magic. There's Ilko Busink, race leader. Into the pits. Brazia is staying out. What will Ulrich do? In fact, yeah, it doesn't really matter what Ulrich does because he's so far down on Busink. The race win is between these two cars at the moment, Busink and Brescia. We can see he's just coming to the last corner now, Ulrich, so not as big a gap. Oh, and in fact, it's going to be very, very close on it. Busink still stationary in the pit. Oh, and that's him going now. It's Luca Tavanari that has taken over. And Ulrich, oh, he's not quite done it, but it is very, very close then. Ulrich back out the pits in third place. And he is only a few yards behind Luca Tavanari for the Rookie Monsters. There you can see him just over the rear spoiler there. In the background, it is Tavanari who's now taking the wheel. We'll get an update very shortly. There is the timing deltas reached and breached, and it is 2.8 seconds separating Tavanari from Ulrich in the closing stages. Brescia, he's still going to have a pit stop to take. But if you can keep this type of running up, you may well hold on to that final podium spot. Dolgopayatov isn't giving up on the fourth place either, when the Chira ahead of him, still within a second. In fact, Crofts has just got the move done on Lichten. Oh, there's a Porsche just making his way out of the way. Oh, and that's a big drop in pace here from the Bentley. Completely lost his way through that corner and left the Mercedes no choice but to go for it up the inside. And he makes that bit of contact on the exit there. The Bentley flashing his lights. Not happy with that one at all. Luke Crofts taking 9th position though. Luke Croft, sorry, I just called him Lucas. So yeah, 122 laps in. Brescia still leading the way. Don't know why there's so many trailers off the back of that. There we go. So yeah, Brescia stays out. 123 laps in, 46 minutes left to go. So roughly the life cycle of a set of Ferrari tyres these days. But it is Brescia who is the on-track leader. Oh, and that is Crofts has picked up a drive-through. Another drive-through for track limits. Wow, Valencia really is... I mean, this is seriously giving Mazzano a run for its money. Cameron Hunt comes in to the pits from 8th place then. The Red Kings at one point the fastest car on the track. They're in from 8th position. And you would think whatever happens, they're going to finish ahead of Crofts, given that Crofts is currently behind them. And with a drive-through penalty still to serve, Lichten, Alvarez and Bagas should... make their way through. Bagas in 12th place at the moment. Cameron Hunt, there's confirmation that he is dropping down. 1.4 seconds separate Ulrich from Tavanari now. And Tavanari about 58 seconds down on Brescia, who does have that pit stop to take. After serving that penalty as well. Can't get confirmation on the gap. We'll wait and see when he crosses the line. In fact, because they're going through, it's more than 2 sectors apart. There is the Red Kings car. Just coming back out the pits. It's Patrick Den that's taking over for his second stint. There is Zach Duran into the pits. That'll be the final pit stop for Team Schumi Skins. At least you certainly hope so. Again, really has been a story of tyre wear on the Ferraris and drive-through penalties for track limit violations. How is that going to affect for the rest of the race. Dogger. Oh, the Porsche had no place to go. Duran is still in the pits. Is that Dolga Pyatov? It is indeed. He comes in from 5th place. Let's look at Tavanari again, just making his way past some of the blue flag traffic. He's now got Ulrich 1.2 seconds down the road there. You can see Ulrich's blue Aston just behind. So at the moment, Aston looking at the quicker of the two. That gap definitely reducing. Uh, 43 minutes left to go. There is Brazier coming in to take his pit stop then. Oh, so it is going to be quite close, but Tavanari is in the lead of the race. Ulrich is in second. Oh, Matteo Nachira, this is going to be very, very, very close. Very close for Nachira. There's Brescia stationary. There is Tavanari making his way to the final corner. And yeah, this is going to be close as well, despite the extra penalty for the 404 car. Tavanari just coming out the last corner now. I think we can see Brescia dropped. Oh no, still in there. There goes Tavanari. There goes Ulrich. Here comes Nachira. Nachira is through as well. Voltek Dvorak coming round the last corner, and that is Brazier released. So he is out and running, avoids any penalty. We'll see what sort of deficit he's got to overturn though. Tavanari once again leading the race. Or the first time he's led the race, certainly not the first time the car has. But they are back out in front. Martin Ulrich 1.5 seconds down the road. Nachira now 5 seconds back. Brazier out of the pits. And he's got all kinds of traffic around him. That is Xu Chen in 13th. Now Chen is a podium contender himself, given the pace that he's got and his teammate have got in the Team Schumi Skins car. Now finds himself battling for 12th position. I believe that's... Oh no, is that Bagas in 11th? Nope. Oh no, that is Albi Alvarez up in 9th place. Wow, that's flown under my radar ever so slightly. Apologies to the Lambo for SOP. Alvarez back into the top 10 then. He's got Crofts all over the back of him. Oh, and ahead of him, that is a mighty battle between Rebecca and Dvorak. Oh no, that's Xu Chen, sorry. So that's Xu Chen trying to unlap himself against Dvorak. There is Alvarez trying to unlap himself against Rebecca. I'm looking at the wrong timing board. Wow, that was contact on a straight. Yeah, not quite on a straight. The Mercedes doing a Luke Crofts in the background there, doing well to avoid contact. Very nearly came a cropper there. But Albi Alvarez definitely has. That is going to be positions lost. He's definitely behind Crofts now. And I think... No, he's not quite behind Bagas, so it is only going to be one position, but still. That contact on the way into the braking zone has seen fit to unsettle the car. 40 minutes left to go. Still time to make up positions. Look at Tavanari, absolutely getting the foot down then. 32.2 on that last lap he was. And he's extended that gap now up to 2 seconds. So the Rookie Monster's strategy and consistent lapping paying massive dividends at the moment. 39 minutes left to go. And they are in the lead. Ulrich in second, Nachira in third. Now 10 seconds up on Rebecca, who's got Dvorak, only 7 seconds down on him. Bademke in 6th place in the FRL racing car, despite the extra trip into the pits for a penalty. Heatrov is in 7th with Lichten in 8th. Luke Crofts in 9th position, and Albi Alvarez sitting in 10th place. David Russo out of the last corner has got Kozlowski not far ahead of him. Out of turn number 1, not quite going to be close enough on this go around. What can we do? Quick pit stop, back in a mo. Okay, there we go. All set to the end. 3.5 hours in the books. Seen a bit of flashing there from Luke Croft at 9th position. He's in at the moment. Look at Tabanari though. I was gone for 5 minutes after my pit stop, and now we are P1. Indeed, there's been track limit violations penalties, there's been overtaken, and there has been a rookie monster car. Yeah, so were you not in the lead? Yeah, you were in the lead when you came in the pits. There was a drive-through penalty for the car that was ahead of you. So when they came in to take a drive-through, you guys closed the gap, and when they came in to take their final pit stop, you guys... yeah, so Rebecca, like you say, yeah. No, drive-through penalty. No, they still had another pit stop to take because of the drive-through. That would have been almost 2 hours. Xu Chen got a drive-through penalty as well. That's him making his way back up to 13th position. Ferrari on Ferrari action then. 33 minutes left. The Ferrari drivers. You're only on 1 warning. Nice. That is a phenomenal return considering the number of penalties that we've seen handed out so far. Incredible, because I was a bit lazy. Well, better to be lazy than spend extra time in the pits, I say. And yeah, I'm sure Liam Kozlowski and his team would agree. There's another drive-through handed out for a violation of the track limits. Martin Ulrich in the Aston. He is dropping off the pace slightly as well. He was within 2 seconds of the race leader. Now a phenomenal 5.2 seconds separate him from Luca Tavanari out there at the front. So yeah, great drive by the Rookie Monster team. First race back with SOP. And yeah, absolutely flying. Despite Ilko's laziness, they've got themselves the race lead. They're only on 1 warning. Yeah, it would. It certainly looks like the race wins there for the taking. Oh. Goes having a bit of a slide on the exit there. Kozlowski in to serve his drive-through. Ulrich 5.8 down. Dvorak got 10 seconds to make up to Rebecca. He's got 7.5 seconds to make up to Nishira. Fell foul with some penalties himself, Nishira. Was down in 6th position. But then others have had penalties later on in the race. He now finds himself back onto the podium, completing 133 laps so far. Still got about 15 laps to go. I'm sure the Ferrari drivers will be choking to get themselves to the end. Phenomenal drive by the Team Shizou drivers. Despite the penalties and a couple of bits of contact and the... we're not there yet indeed. Didn't expect this after that qualifying. Was aiming for a top 5. I'm sure I said that you guys would be looking quick. I did kind of expect. I can't remember where I predicted for you at the start of the race. I'm sure it was at least top 5, if not a podium. Ulrich Tavanari putting more time on Ulrich then. Now 6 seconds is the gap there. Kozlowski just going past Miziak there. Miziak running a bit deep. He has been out for a while now, so his Ferrari could be struggling on tyres as he comes into the pits. So yeah, that would very much seem to be the case. Kozlowski up that position then. David Russo is the driver ahead of him. Big gap there. Petrovic has actually caught up to Bober for the ZDR team. Looking to get himself up to 21st if he can. Oh, and that's not going to help the cause. That was far too far on the inside of that curb in there. It's going to take another couple of laps for him to close back up then. Tavanari now finding time hand over fist at 6.6 seconds is the gap. It's just on a 32.2, only 3/10 off his own personal quickest lap of the race. Quickest lap of the race still sitting with Dvorak's car though, that 1 minute 31.322. It does look like that is going to remain the fastest lap of the race as well, unless somebody can do something spectacular in the closing stages. The way the tyres have been wearing though, I can't see that happening. An equal 6 seconds separating the top 5 drivers. So yeah, all very much lapping at the same pace. Ricardo Maciera is closing in on Blay ahead. Battle of the Porsches. We do have 4th place trying to make their way through, and that is Luke Crofts just behind as well, so he's popped himself out the way. There's the 404 going through. Oh, has a bit of a wiggle on the way down. So Maciera will grab himself a bit of slipstream and try and catch back up to Blay ahead of him, very quickly letting the top drivers through. And yeah, it is, the last 28 minutes. But it is an SOP race, so we all know what's going to happen in the last 10. Oh, Maciera. Yeah, closing 10 minutes. It should be a good one. Something for next time, make a qualifying setup next to the race setup. So Luca is a lot happier with the tyre pressure now. Okay. Okay, mental. Yeah, that is a lot. But yeah, he certainly looks to be lapping a lot happier, that is for sure. That gap, as he extended it again. Wow. So yeah, that is another very quick lap then. The gap now over 7 seconds. And Ulrich, no slouch either. He's extending that gap to Nachira back in 3rd. That's now over 7 seconds as well. So Ulrich finding time on Nachira the same rate that Tavanari is finding time on Ulrich. Yeah, so that is crazy, the way you've got to change the pressure on the front tyres by half a PSI for the 2 different driving styles. Which I guess is a lot more realistic. I mean, yeah, we've all seen Days of Thunder. And we all know that Harry, you'll find you half a second and a lot less tyre wear. So yeah, the driving styles making a difference to the tyres as well. Dvorak's driving style definitely seems to be working in that Ferrari. They have dropped off the pace. The Ferraris really are suffering on tyre wear, but still has got that fastest lap in 5th with 26 minutes to go. He's got 14 seconds to find on Rebecca, but at the moment Rebecca is the quicker of the 2. And in fact, if Dvorak keeps losing pace like this, Bedemke behind, unless that delta is wrong. Let me just confirm this. Any second now we should get a timer on this. Let me see. Wow, Tavanari another 0.4 of a second up. Yep, so Dvorak 14 seconds down on Rebecca. How far is Bedemke? Right, okay, yeah, I think that gap might be a bit big. Bedemke is quicker than Dvorak at the moment, though. If it wasn't for that penalty that Bedemke had, then yeah, this would be a lot closer. It would be a much closer finish between these two. Just saying, +1 lap. So all that wait for not much information. Phenomenal. Let's see then. In the closing stage, there's still 23 cars out on track. Craig Townsend for the Conquest Racing Team in 23rd. Armand Petrovic's one of the ZDR cars. Hubert Bober in the urban-led Dreso cars. ADR have got another car currently being guided by Chris Rise, 20th position. Then it was Roll Day, for the CLRT team, 19th position. Mitchell Hall in 18th for the divided team. Going to leave that joke alone. Revolution Sim Racing have got Ricardo Massiera to thank for 17th position so far, with Stephen Blay, the other urban-led Dreso racing team car. In 16th position, it's Kozlowski for the MJ team. In 15th position, David Russo, the third ZDR car. In 14th position, Xu Chen for the team Shumi Skins. Oh, look how far over on that curb they get. 13th position, then it is Mr. SOP himself, Simon Baggis, in the SOP Lambo, just about to be lapped by the race leader. 12th position there behind Patrick Den, in 11th for the Red Kings Motorsport. Very quick car, 1 minute 31.7. They have indeed clocked the second fastest lap of the race. So definitely a quick team there. Albie Alvarez in 10th place with Luke Crofts ahead of him in 9th. Lucas Lichten is behind the cheer, so he's a lap down. Heatrov is ahead of him in 7th position with Bedemke coming under pressure. I was busy looking at the time between Bedemke and Vorak. Should have been paying more attention to Hitrov behind, because I'm sure Bedemke is paying a bit of attention to the car behind. The Ferrari of Hitrov really coming to life in the closing stages, almost a second quicker than Bedemke on that last lap, and you can see that gap is definitely closing then. So whatever was ailing the Ferraris towards the end of the opening stint's not seeming to be the case for Hitrov in this stint. Oh, does have a bit of a wiggle on the exit, though perhaps he's sorted out with his tyre pressures as well. The Porsche coming under all kinds of pressure here then. This is in through the middle section. You've got the fast left-hander. Oh, the Ferrari, really close there, Heatrop. Able to brake so much later, seemingly, there. As we jump on board, we can see just how close he's getting then in the final sector. In fact, this is just the start of the final sector here. Into the final couple of corners. A lot of these corners so reminiscent of so many different tracks. The long left-hander into the final corner. It is Ferrari versus Porsche. We've seen how the Mercedes does against every other car here. Now, how will these two do on the exit? And that is a good exit there by Heatrov. He's kept himself right in that slipstream. The Porsche is going to be under all kinds of pressure. He holds his line. Heatrov has a look up the inside. Surely going to be side by side. It's going to be the Porsche on the outside. Leaves enough room. Oh, and he's run way wide. He's going to have to lift massively. He's going to get a warning there. He hangs right back in there then. Oh, runs a bit wide. Locks up the tyres. And that is job done for Heatrov then. You could just see Bedemke locking up that front left tyre on his way into the corner. And that is what gave Heatrov the final nail in Bedemke's coffin then. 6th place for Heatrov. Look at Tavanari doing Tavanari things. He's now got that gap up to 8.3 seconds. He's only been away racing other sims for months on end, and yeah, straight back and onto the top spot. Himself and his teammate Ilko, absolute textbook race so far. And with 20 minutes to go, absolutely looking in the bag. Ulrich just making his way past. That is Baggett, I believe. It is indeed. Gets himself out of the way, of course, as you would expect from the boss man. And the blue flags are waving. So yeah, great race so far, and yeah, this track definitely, I would say, a worthy addition to ACC. It's going to be fun seeing the races that unfold over this. This one's certainly been an interesting one. 4 hours with no Mandatory requirements, just get 2 drivers behind the wheel. Make it to the end, no driver stint timers to care about. And yeah, the rookie monsters. 19 minutes from a very convincing victory. Some kind of substance. Go, go, rookie monsters. This part shows the... Oh yeah, we read that one. Yeah, go, go, the rookie monsters. They are going. Tavernari is absolutely gone at this point. Who's that ahead of him? That's Bobber. Hubert Bobber just ahead of him. Yeah, 8.5 seconds is now that gap. And Heathrow, since he's got himself ahead of Bedemke, it's already a 1.6 second gap. He's managed to open up there. Sorry, there's Heathrow there in the Ferrari. Will these tyres last for the final 18 minutes? We're going to find out. Dvorak then still holder of the fastest lap with that 131.322. Well, it was certainly a lot earlier than this. The last part of the stint is crucial. Yeah, it definitely is. From what we've seen from the tyre wear, absolutely. It's amazing what a difference this is going to make to endurance racing, especially the longer ones. Given these tyre life, some of the car choices are going to be interesting as well. Right, okay. Who's this? This is Lichten coming under pressure from Crofts. I thought that was blue flags. My apologies, it absolutely is not. As promised, SOP, last 10 minutes. All the action comes to life, and it is Lucas Lichten who's defended from Luke Crofts. Oh, and Crofts gets a good run. Again, the Mercedes corner exit. Oh, goes for the cutback. Oh! We're going to call that one clumsy. Wow. Okay. We're going to call the steers for that one. Yeah, no comment, Your Honour. Certainly looks like it could have been neater from both drivers. Croft certainly not shy at popping his nose in and getting the elbows out to get the overtake done. Lichten coming straight back at him though, going full send up the inside. Avoiding action was taken, no contact was made in both drivers. Left to go at one another. Another few laps. You can see how much later that Mercedes is on the brakes as Hall comes into the pits to serve his drive-through penalty. With the end of lap 142, it is still Lichten in 8th place. Crofts trying to close in. The Mercedes not getting a jump on the Bentley out of turn 1, it would seem, but certainly through turn 1. Oh, there is Hall just coming out the pits after serving that penalty. And the Mercedes getting close once again through turn number 2. Beautiful positioning up the inside by both cars there as the Bentley looks to defend once again. Crofts on the cutback right on the inside of the grass. That really is taking liberties with the track limits there. He gets a good run on the exit. He's surely going to be side by side into the braking zone here onto that apex. The Bentley rubs across the back of him. A bit of a net code slide as well. And that did look like they made contact. The Mercedes straight back up the inside. Heavy on the brakes. Does leave the room on the inside. And that is job done there finally. For the Mercedes. Some phenomenal battling between those two there. Full on elbows out as well. He did almost give him a bit of touch. There was a bit of netcode in there as well. Battling around this track is amazing, but also loses time a lot. Yes, indeed it will. It definitely will. Plus it does if like in turn number 1, if you're the outside car on turn number 1, and a side by side, you can almost guarantee you're picking yourself up a penalty. And I think Lichten and Crofts are both going to pick themselves up a penalty in the form of a 2-position drop, because Alvi Alvarez has got the bit between his teeth. Well, these two have been battling. He's been lapping almost 3 seconds a lap quicker. So that battle has really, as Marcus is pointing out in the chat, has really not helped Crofts and Lichten. They've lost a lot of time there, and Alvarez is really on a charge, looking to secure himself a position inside the top 10 with 13 minutes left to go. Tavanari still increasing the gap up at the front, despite Ulrich's best efforts. Ulrich now done a 31.9, that was from earlier, sorry. 33.1 on the last lap, so too Tavanari with the gap now at 8.5. Oh, Albi Alvarez, he's going to redress and give that position back. Not quite getting it done on the brakes there, bit of contact between the two. But Alvarez, of course, doesn't make the overtake, and he holds his brakes to give the position back, or make sure Lichten doesn't lose that position, and he will regather himself and look to make another attempt at that. There's Patrick Den just going through turn 1 on the inside of Maciera in the Porsche. So yeah, all just blue flag overtakes at the minute. That is Blade just unlapping himself against Bagas. And in fact, Alvarez, I think, has got back to within. Oh, he's coming right back at Lichten once again. Gets another good apex, good rotation on that inside curve again. Ooh, gets a good exit as well, really is using the track the way it's supposed to be used. Plants it on the inside once again. The Bentley not getting that inside line, maybe taking a defensive line, but it's not doing him any good. Alvarez late on the brakes, has a look up the inside. The Bentley's going to have to yield this one as the Lamborghini plants up the inside. The Bentley's going to have a bit of a run. He's going to be on the next apex and the next one. Oh, and Alvarez running a bit deep there, going for the cut back. It looks like he lifted halfway through the corner. Extra dab on the brakes to avoid that contact, but it is Lichten who is holding on to that 9th position for the moment. 11 minutes to go for the first time since, oh, bit of a wiggle again there to avoid the contact for Alvarez. The Lambo not able to find a way past. For the first time since we saw the gap increase, we've seen a decrease between the time between the top two, 7.8 seconds. That is now down to. Hey, Marcus Juzma with a Prime subscription. Oh, Vortex Racing followed. So did Weta. My apologies for missing all the follows. I am the worst in the world at this, but thank you as well, Marcus Juzma. Didn't miss that one. The Prime subscription. Thank you very much for that. 12 months. Go. Yeah, you get a different coloured badge and stuff. I'm sure Simon's got all the badges, all colourised and all that type of thing. But yeah, Weta, WETA 2809, Vortex Racing. I get the feeling I know who that is. And Breshik as well, thank you for the follows. And let's just enjoy this battle some more then. Albi Alvarez still trying to find his way past. This is for a point or a position inside the top 10. 9th up for grabs. Oh, again, look at the rotation. The Lambo gets through the middle of the corner. The Bentley still capable of keeping it in a straight line though on exit. Alvarez on the apex this time. The Bentley has a bit of, that's honestly those corners there, that curve, and definitely one that I'll be avoiding when I'm out here on track. But Alvarez getting the job done. Oh, and he's pulled over. Bit of contact between the two. A lot of contact we've seen between the cars, but what we've not seen as many cars end up in the shadow realm because of it. So it's good to see the contact physics working a lot better than they have in the past. It certainly makes the game a lot less intense and a lot more enjoyable when you're not worried about every curve and every contact sending you to an early simulated bath. Lifting then 10th place, Alvarez up into that 9th. Luke Crofts, the driver, ahead of him, ahead of them. He won't be troubled much given the battle that they've just had. The gap stretched back out by Tavanari, back to 8.1 seconds. And I don't think he's going to have to deal with any more traffic before he comes to the end. That's Bedemke ahead of him on track in 7th position. So this should be a nice clear run for look at. And again, Ulrich absolutely no slouch as he is extending the gap to Nachira behind him as much as Tavanari is ahead of him. That gap 8 seconds as well. So Ulrich, certainly if it wasn't for that drive-through penalty, you got to feel that they would be leading this one. It certainly wouldn't be a comfortable ending as Tavanari clearly would be closing that gap the way he's extending it at the minute. Certainly a few cars absolutely were in the hunt for the win today. Of course, Dvorak and the Team Jesus car started on pole position, lost the lead into turn number 1, and it hasn't been great since then. Still in 5th position though, so could certainly be worse. Rebecca still in 4th place. In the Mercedes, Nashira, Ulrich, and yeah, look at Tavanari still leading the way. Townsend, Petrovic, Bober, and Risa all outside the top 20 at the minute. Royale is 19th with Hall, Sierra 17th and 18th. Blay at the moment 16th position, 14 down on Kozlowski, who's got Russo ahead of him in 14th place. Xu Chen, another one of the cars, more than capable of winning this race. That looked a bit clumsy. That's Chen. Oh, extremely clumsy. But Chen up to 12th position then at the expense of Bagas. The Team Shimmy Skins, again, one of the cars. They were absolutely in the hunt for the race win. That's that's a blue flag for Bagas on this go around. But yeah, 6 minutes left, and this one is, you've got to say, in the bag for Tavanari. He's only a 10 slower than Ulrich on it that fast on that last lap. 7.9 still the gap. So yeah, great introduction to Valencia for the SOP drivers. Crofts, oh that's blue flags of course, it's Alvarez, it's chasing him 6 seconds is the gap he's got there. Big thanks as well to our sponsors for this afternoon's event, Circuit Core. You can jump on and join their Discord. They provide ACC servers. As you can see, it's all gone swimmingly this afternoon, so thank you very much to Circuit Core for the sponsorship and for providing stable stable ACC servers. Something we could definitely do more of. And now that the 296 you can actually do driver swaps, yeah, you just need the tyres to last now, really. But yeah, no grandstand finish. First time in a while we've not seen a million overtakes in the last 10 minutes of an SOP race. But we won't hold it against the drivers. It's a new track with new tyres. So it is fine. Absolutely fine. That is Albi Alvarez up in 9th place. It's still looking very quick. Yeah, now I'm hearing audio from someplace else. We do love Elgato. Okay. Yeah, just looking at the lap times there, I really don't see anyone closing in. The sector times between the cars left out on track, fairly well matched. Ulrich is pushing as hard as he can at the moment. He has closed up a bit on Tavanari, under the 7-second mark now. Oh, Petrovic's another trip into the pits. Two, maybe 3 laps left to go. Yeah, I'm trying to see there are many penalties we've told over the race, but it is several. Sorry, while I'm looking at that, I'm giving you some misinformation. Hubert Bobert was actually closed right up on the back of Chris. No. Oh no, he was right on the back, but then Rebecca came through and that's separated them out. And yeah, that's all that is there. Rebecca making his way through. Oh yeah, Skinner's not in the race anymore. He retired from the pits. Bober will try and close back up onto that Porsche. It's going to be a big ass now. He was within half a second there, but the blue flags interrupted his charge. So it does look like 20th position is on the cards for him. Petrovic's. To be fair, if I was Petrovic's, he's probably only got 2 laps left. He'd be as well crossing the line and taking them 1:82. Oh no, sorry, it's disqualification if you ignore a penalty. So yeah, he definitely doesn't want to ignore that drive-through. The Porsche moving over, not to give away any slipstream. The Ferrari stays in a straight line so as not to lose any momentum, weaving back and forward across the track to chase the slipstream. Wow, the tyres really gripped on that corner exit there. It looked like he was on his way wayward. Oh, really closing in through the middle section of that corner there, or the middle phase of the corner. And I'm saying he does look like it might be a too late with only a minute and a half left on the clock. But he's definitely looking a lot faster than Reza at the moment. Both slow on that last lap with the blue flags. But they've sorted that right back out. Look at Tavanari. He is about to cross the line, and when he does, it will signal the start of the last lap. And what a race it's been. 151 laps in so far. And there's going to be one more on the card. A minute left on the clock. Let's just check and make sure it is going to be another lap. There we go. So what a race by the rookie monsters. What a race by everyone so far, let's face it. There has been highs and lows for most of the teams. Petrovic's needs to come in or he's going to get DQ'd. And because of the number of laps down he is... Oh, so as soon as Tavanari crosses the line then when Petrovic crosses the line, he will be done because he's so many laps down. That'll only be those that can finish on the lead lap that will be allowed to finish them next. Yeah, so Petrovic might avoid disqualification here. It'll certainly be interesting to see what happens if he decides not to come into that pits. I used to know someone called that. Here is Tavanari. Where is he? He's in the middle section of the course. So yeah, welcome to the calendar, Valencia. Looking forward to seeing this one, especially at night. Oh, Simon Bagas. He's picked up a drive-through on the start of his final lap. Oh, the track limits here really are absolutely no joke. Martin Ulrich within 6 seconds now. So he's done everything he can to apply that pressure, but crossing the line exactly the same time as another drive-through penalty is handed out to Hubert Bobber. It is Luca Tavanari who takes the top spot. Martin Ulrich with a valiant fight back finds himself on the second spot of the podium. There we go. We knew Tavanari was always going to go for a bit of sideways action there. And there is Matteo Nashira across the line. He's taken third, closely followed in the end by Rebecca. Only 8/10 separating them. Voltek Dvorak. In fact, he's coming under a lot of pressure from Hitrov as well then. So a battle between... So there we go. It might have been the final 10 minutes, but certainly in the closing 2 minutes, we are 4 corners from home. And the two Ferraris are fighting it out for... 5th position, and in fact Crofts was only 2/10 ahead of Alvarez in the closing stages. They've finished 3 laps down, so they've already been given the checkered flag. As we can see, these two battle their way into the final corner. Hitrov, can he get this one done? He's going for the big cutback, and he's made this one stick. What a move by Hitrov in the final corner, and he is going to take the checkered flag and finish ahead of Dvorak, 2/10 of a second. And it'll be Tugbert Bademke who will finish in 7th position. What a finish that was. There we go. They kept it right to the end. But we've got some action nonetheless. Tavanari, though, congratulations to the rookie monster car. Taking the top spot in the 4-hour DLC Enduro party. Martin Ulrich with that second. And Matteo Nashira getting himself third place. And yeah, a couple of points on the track. Only 2/10 separating the cars. Phenomenal stuff. Let me just grab this. So there we go. The 4-hour DLC Enduro party went with a bang. Oh, there we go. Got somebody in chat. What is that? Oh, Breshik. Number 3, nearly 60 laps. Just impossible, wow. That is a big stint. But yeah, good for... Oh, no, don't do that. Get myself a bit distracted. There we go. Here we go, that's the up and running. So yeah, congratulations Tavanari, Ulrich and Nashira. Thank you to Circuit Core for sponsoring today's events. As I say, they do ACC servers, as you can see from that. It was a phenomenal one that we had today, so jump on and give them a visit, help support them as they have supported us. Thank you very much. To all the drivers that took part, especially the Ferrari drivers. We feel your pain on the tyre wear. It was certainly a fun one as far as party goes. Parties go. Oh, there was definitely enough drunk people falling down the stairs with the track limits by the look of it. And yeah, it certainly influenced the outcome of the race. Sadly, that is all the racing we have for this week, I believe, pretty much. Oh no. Do we have... no racing next week. Maybe tomorrow night, actually. No, it's a bank holiday, so no racing next week. We'll be back the week after with the continuation of the Praga Cup. And then on with our Wednesday night series as well. So we'll hope to see you all then. I'm going to embarrass myself once again and try my hardest to do a raid. Tell you what, actually, this guy's a good laugh. Let's go and see if we can do this. Oh, there's Alex. Oh, Pinky's on. So yeah, let's see if we can get a raid on the go. Fingers crossed. 16 minutes, no force feedback in the wheel. Oof. That was very fun and informative indeed. Thanks for reading, Busey. Always a pleasure. Signless Monkey. Absolutely welcome. Hopefully see you back again soon. Thank you again for the follow. No, the raids aren't working. Yeah, I'm going to go and shoot the bots. Hopefully you'll enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening, whatever you decide to do, and we will hopefully see you back again here on SOP Shores for some more out of this world racing. As you can see, they do like to leave it to the end, but oh, the overtaking when it happens, phenomenal stuff. And the tyre wear on the Ferraris, how much of a factor is that going to be in people's car choices for endurance racing? All those answers and many more, all those questions and many more answered in the upcoming SOP broadcast. Until then, stay safe, take it easy, and have a great rest of your night.